What if the very foundation of one of the world's most powerful religions was shaped by stories of gods and heroes that danced, bled, and ultimately fell from grace in the shadows of ancient Rome? Beneath the grandeur of marble columns and beneath the watchful gaze of deities, echoes of myth intertwine with faith in a tapestry of belief that has endured for centuries. The flickering torches of Roman temples illuminate a legacy of sacrifice, redemption, and resurrection, elements that resonate with the core tenets of Christianity. As night falls over the ruins of the Forum, a haunting wind whispers secrets of a time when Jupiter wielded thunderbolts and Venus, the goddess of love, wove destinies with her enchanting allure. Through the labyrinthine streets of ancient Rome, the cries of worshippers mingle with the laughter of satyrs, while the clang of swords promises impending conflict. Shadows stretch long, and the air thickens with anticipation. Something monumental is on the brink of transformation. Imagine the heart of a Roman citizen caught in the throes of a society steeped in mythology, where every triumph and tragedy is interpreted through the lens of divine intervention. Their lives are a battleground of competing narratives, one where the gods demand devotion and the promise of eternal life tempts the soul. When whispers of a new faith surface, claiming a singular path to salvation, the very fabric of their existence shatters like glass. The old gods tremble, and the new Messiah beckons with a message of love and forgiveness, echoing the legends that birthed him. But what happens when these ancient myths collide with the burgeoning faith of Christianity? Can a story of a crucified Savior stand resilient against the grandeur of divine pantheons? As the empire's heart beats ever stronger, the intricate dance of mythology and theology begins to unfold. The specter of persecution looms large, while the promise of hope ignites a fervor that will sweep across the Mediterranean. With every heartbeat, the tension rises. Will the echoes of Roman mythology drown out the nascent whispers of Christianity, or will a new belief rise from the ashes of the old, forever altering the religious landscape? The clash of titans, both mortal and divine, unfolds as fervent followers grapple with the paradox of their faith, seeking meaning in a tumultuous world. As dawn breaks over the Colosseum, the stage is set for a confrontation that will shape the course of history. The clash of ideologies ignites a fervor that threatens to engulf all in its path. The lingering question remains: in a world where myths wielded power, how will the narrative of a humble carpenter disrupt the status quo and carve out a new legacy? The air crackles with the weight of destiny, and the pages of history are poised to be rewritten. The myths may have shaped the beliefs of millions, but the true story lies in the twist of fate that brought them to the precipice of belief. In the dim light of a flickering flame, a figure cloaked in shadows stands before a crowd, eyes shimmering with passion. He tells tales of gods and heroes, of battles that shook the earth and love that ignited the heavens. The air buzzes with anticipation, each word weaving a spell that captures the imagination. This is how the stories of Roman mythology began, not just as tales told by the fire, but as a reflection of the very soul of a civilization. Long before Rome's grandeur echoed through the ages, there existed a tapestry of beliefs shaped by the whispers of nature and the pulse of human emotion. The early Romans, simple yet profound, looked to the world around them, finding divinity in every leaf that danced in the wind and every river that carved its path through the landscape. They worshipped the household spirits, the Laras and Penates, protectors of their homes and families. These small, quiet deities held immense power in their lives, reminding them that even the mundane could be sacred. The Romans borrowed heavily from the mythologies of their neighbors, notably the Greeks, whose gods roamed the skies and commanded the seas. Yet, something distinctly Roman began to emerge, a unique blend of practicality and reverence. They adored Mars, the god of war, not just for his martial prowess but for the protection he offered to the burgeoning republic. A fierce protector of the state, Mars embodied the spirit of resilience that propelled Rome from a cluster of villages to an empire that stretched across continents. As the republic grew, so did its pantheon. The stories twisted and turned, enriched by the experiences and aspirations of the people. Jupiter, the king of the gods, was revered not just as a deity of thunder but as the embodiment of justice and authority. His power was felt in every decision made in the Senate, every law passed. A symbol of strength, he watched over the realm, ensuring that order prevailed. The Romans, in their desire for stability, shaped their gods to reflect their yearnings for power, protection, and prosperity. The myth of Romulus and Remus, twin brothers raised by a she-wolf, captures the essence of Rome's wild beginnings. It is a story steeped in blood and ambition, where destiny and choice collide. Romulus, fierce and determined, fought against the very blood that was meant to bind him, slaying Remus in a tragic twist of fate. From this moment of violence, Rome was born. A city forged in struggle, a testament to the indomitable will of its founders. The narrative echoes through the ages, a reminder of the darker side of ambition and the heavy price of glory. The Romans were not merely passive recipients of myths. They were artists, sculptors, and storytellers, molding their legends into something greater than themselves. Festivals filled with music, dance, and fervor celebrated these gods. The Saturnalia, a time of revelry and chaos, transformed the social order, if only for a moment, allowing slaves and masters to swap roles. In these moments, mythology came alive, not just in stories but in the very fabric of daily life. The boundaries between the divine and the mortal blurred, creating a sense of unity and shared experience that resonated deeply within the hearts of the people. But with the transition from republic to empire, the landscape of belief began to shift dramatically. The power of emperors grew, and with it, the worship of rulers took shape. Deification of emperors became a common practice, intertwining the essence of power with the divine. Augustus, the first emperor, was not just a ruler. He was a god among men, a living embodiment of Roman ideals. People began to carve altars to him, calling upon his protection and favor. The mythology morphed again, reflecting the complexities of governance and the yearning for stability amidst chaos. Stories filled with intrigue and betrayal began to emerge, tales of gods who intervened in the lives of mortals, sparking passion and destruction alike. Venus, the goddess of love, became a symbol of both desire and chaos, her influence stretching from the hearts of lovers to the ambitions of rulers. Each tale was infused with human emotion, striking chords that resonated with hope, loss, and longing. The gods were no longer distant figures. They were intertwined with the lives of the people, echoing their joys and sorrows. As time rolled on, the influence of other cultures seeped into the fabric of Roman mythology. Egypt's Isis, with her mystique and power, captured the imaginations of many, while the gods of the Celts and the people of the East began to weave their stories into the ever-expanding Roman narrative. It was a melting pot of belief, where gods clashed and mingled, creating an intricate web of faith unlike any other. The myths became a lens through which to view the world, a way to make sense of the chaos that surrounded them. With each tale told around the fire, with every festival celebrated, the ancient Romans were not just recounting history. They were forging their identity, battling against the tides of time and the inevitable march of change. The stories of gods and heroes became a refuge, a reminder that within the human experience lay the seeds of greatness, intertwined with loss and sacrifice. In those moments, when the sun dipped below the horizon and shadows danced around the flickering flames, the past and present collided in a whirlwind of emotion. Ancient rituals echoed through the streets, and the voices of ancestors seemed to whisper secrets in the night. The mythology lived on, morphing and adapting, revealing the hopes and fears that dwelled within the hearts of a civilization that was far more than just stone and steel. As the tales continued to unfold, a new chapter awaited, beckoning with the promise of further exploration. A tapestry still rich with meaning, where the echoes of past heroes would continue to resonate across the ages. In a world where mortals looked to the skies, the glimmers of divine power sparked fervent belief and burning devotion. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced on the ancient temple walls, where stones whispered tales of love, war, and the unyielding grip of fate. Each god, a towering figure of both awe and dread, was woven into the fabric of daily life, their vibrant stories echoing through the ages like the roaring of a distant thunderstorm. Zeus, the mighty king of the gods, ruled from atop Mount Olympus with a thunderbolt in his hand and a crown of storm clouds above his head. His eyes, fierce and penetrating, held the weight of countless destinies. When he unleashed his wrath, the skies would darken and mortals trembled. Farmers prayed for his favor, while warriors sought his strength in battle. But beneath that powerful exterior lay a heart torn by love and betrayal, for his myriad affairs with goddesses and mortals alike stirred chaos in the heavenly realm. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, stood ever watchful, a beacon of hope for those who sought knowledge. Clad in armor and wielding a shield decorated with the fearsome head of Medusa, she was both a protector and a strategist. The tales of her cleverness spread like wildfire. Once, in the throes of a fierce competition with Poseidon for the city of Athens, she offered the gift of the olive tree, a symbol of peace and prosperity. The people chose her over the god of the sea, forever binding their fate to her wisdom. Yet, behind her cool demeanor lay an emotional complexity, a longing for recognition and respect in a world dominated by male gods. Poseidon, the ruler of the oceans, with his trident poised like a serpent ready to strike, embodied both creation and destruction. To sailors, he was a god of fortune, but for those who angered him, he was a tempest, conjuring storms that wrecked ships and claimed lives. His jealousy of Athena's victory in Athens burned fiercely, a smoldering ember that ignited fierce rivalry among the gods. The crashing waves mirrored his turbulent emotions, each wave a reminder of his power and fragility. Here was a god forever at odds with himself, adrift between the calm of his seas and the rage of his storms. Then there was Hera, the queen of the gods, whose fierce protection over marriage contrasted sharply with her husband's many infidelities. She was regal, draped in luxurious robes, with a heart as complex as a labyrinth. Her jealousy could summon storms among the gods, and her cunning was legendary. Once, in a fit of wrath, she outwitted Zeus, teaching him a lesson that echoed through Olympus. Yet, in moments of quiet, one could see the soft flicker of vulnerability behind her bright eyes, a fierce love for her children overshadowed by the shadows of betrayal. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, radiated an intoxicating allure that captivated all. Her laughter, like music, drew hearts toward her, yet love could be as cruel as it was sweet. The story of her contest with Athena and Hera, judged by Paris, sparked a war that would stain the earth with blood and tears. As she watched lovers unite and hearts break, the weight of emotions pressed upon her. Was her beauty a gift or a curse? Every heart she touched felt the warmth of passion, yet the scars of jealousy and sorrow lingered long after she had left. Ares, the god of war, reveled in the chaos of battle, where he thrived on the clanging of swords and the cries of the fallen. Yet beneath the fierce exterior lay a haunting loneliness. The thrill of violence masked a deeper longing for connection, a desire to be more than just a harbinger of death. His relationship with Aphrodite was both a sanctuary and a source of pain. Each lover's embrace was a momentary escape from a world steeped in bloodshed. Yet he knew deep down that love was as fleeting as victory in war. Demeter, the goddess of harvest, embodied the nurturing spirit of the earth. Her heart ached each time the season changed, for it reminded her of her daughter, Persephone, lost to the underworld. The tale of their reunion, celebrated each spring, sang of undying love and the cyclical nature of life. Yet, in the shadow of loss, Demeter's grief was palpable, echoing through the fields where flowers bloomed only to wilt again. Her gentle touch could coax life from the soil, but the pain of separation made her fierce, and the world felt the chill of winter when she wept. Hades, the lord of the underworld, wore the crown of darkness like a shroud. In the depths of his realm, he ruled with an iron fist, yet his heart held a longing for companionship, a desire sparked by his love for Persephone. His domain was often feared, where souls arrived to be judged, yet beyond the grave, he was a complex figure, misunderstood and often shunned by the living. His love story, entwined with the cycle of seasons, was a bittersweet reminder that even the darkest gods could know love and loss. Through the tapestry of their lives, The pantheon weaved a story of unity and strife, love and anger, each god pivotal in shaping the world around them. As twilight consumed the sky, the air crackled with energy, hinting at the stories yet to unfold. The gods watched over their creations with a blend of pride and trepidation, for their tales were far from over. The mortals below, unaware of the celestial drama unfolding above, felt the weight of divine influence in every heartbeat, every whisper of the wind. Amidst the soaring tales of glory and despair, a new chapter awaited, one that would test the bonds of the gods and challenge their understanding of fate and love, unveiling deeper truths that would resonate through the ages. As the shadows stretched and the first stars began to twinkle, a sense of foreboding hung in the air, the promise of conflict simmering just beneath the surface, ready to erupt at the slightest provocation. There, in the twilight glow, the stage was set for the unfolding drama of gods and mortals, a saga that echoed through the corridors of time, binding them all in a dance as old as the stars themselves. In an ancient city where the sun bathed the streets in golden light, a storm began to brew. Dark clouds rolled ominously across the sky, whispering of power and fury. This was no ordinary tempest. It was a manifestation of a deity's wrath. Far above, on the majestic heights of Mount Olympus, Jupiter, the king of the gods, watched, his presence as commanding as the thunder that echoed through the heavens. His gaze, sharp and piercing, could ignite the very air with electricity, and in the depths of his heart lay the weight of countless lives, the hopes and fears of mortals clinging to his whims. In Rome, the heart of an empire that stretched across vast lands, Jupiter was more than just a god. He was a symbol of strength and authority. The grand temples, adorned with intricate carvings and towering columns, stood as testaments to his might. Citizens flocked to these sacred spaces, their hearts pounding with reverence and fear as they sought his favor. They knew well the tales of his thunderbolts, how one flick of his wrist could bring forth storms that ravaged the earth, or how he could grant bountiful harvests with a mere glance. Jupiter's influence seeped into every corner of their lives, shaping laws and destinies, igniting passions and quelling rebellions. Among the many tales that surrounded Jupiter, one stood out with a chilling clarity. It was said that during a particularly fierce battle, when Roman soldiers felt the weight of despair, Jupiter himself descended from Olympus. Clad in resplendent robes that shimmered like the stars, his presence ignited an unquenchable fire in the hearts of the warriors below. A flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the battlefield. In that moment, they felt invincible, as if fighting alongside the very god who wielded the thunder. With each roar of his voice, the tides of battle shifted, and he helped them claim victory against overwhelming odds. This was the essence of Jupiter, an unpredictable force that both inspired courage and demanded obedience. Yet, there was more to him than just the awe of his might. In quiet moments, when the storms receded and the skies cleared, Jupiter reveled in the beauty of creation. He surveyed the earth with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Rivers flowed beneath him, forests thrived, and the laughter of children echoed through the valleys. He cherished these moments, but he also understood that power could corrupt. He carried the knowledge of countless gods who had fallen prey to their own hubris, and thus he sought balance, a delicate dance between mercy and justice. As the sun set behind the hills, casting long shadows over the land, Jupiter's temple came alive with whispers of prayers and offerings. Devotees gathered, lighting incense and laying down fruits and flowers, their hands shaking with both hope and fear. They spoke of their dreams, their yearnings, their desperate pleas for safety and prosperity. Each prayer echoed into the vastness, seeking a response from the mighty God. In their hearts, they felt the pull of his power, a connection that bound them to him, stronger than iron chains. Yet even amidst the reverence, there were those who dared to challenge him. The ambitious senators, cloaked in their togas, plotted and schemed, their eyes glinting with greed. They spoke in hushed tones of political alliances, seeking to wrest control from the divine. But Jupiter, ever watchful, sensed their treachery. He felt the shifts in the winds of fate, and with a mere thought, he could unleash chaos upon those who dared to threaten the delicate fabric of his world. The tension crackled like the air before a storm, ripe with anticipation, as if the very cosmos held its breath. In another corner of the empire, a mother knelt with her child, tears streaming down her face as she prayed for protection. The child, innocent and unaware of the weight of the world, clutched a small, carved figure of Jupiter. The mother whispered tales of the god's might, of how he could shield them from harm. As they prayed, a sudden gust of wind blew through the window, rattling the shutters. The child's eyes widened in awe, and for a moment, they felt Jupiter's presence wrapping around them like a warm embrace. It was a fleeting connection, yet it stirred something deep within their souls, a flicker of hope amidst the darkness of uncertainty. Stories of Jupiter's blessings and wrath spread like wildfire. Farmers sang songs of gratitude when the rain fell gently upon their fields, filling their crops with life. But equally, tales of his fierce storms served as cautionary reminders, ensuring that the people honored him with respect. Each festival, marked by elaborate processions and vibrant celebrations, drew thousands who paid homage, eager to show their loyalty to the king of the gods. Yet beneath the surface of this veneration lay the simmering tension of human desire. Jupiter, despite his godly stature, was not immune to the allure of love and passion. He had taken countless lovers, gods and mortals alike, weaving stories of romance that echoed through time. From the enchanting beauty of Juno, whom he married, to the innocent nymphs who captured his heart, his exploits painted a complex picture of a god who, like his mortal counterparts, felt the thrill and agony of love. Emotions surged and receded in him like the tides, a reminder that even the mightiest were not untouched by vulnerability. As night fell, the starry sky became a canvas of possibilities, illuminating the thoughts of those who dared to dream. Beneath that celestial dome, lives intertwined, destinies forged by a god whose influence reached beyond the heavens. In the flicker of candlelight, hopes whispered of glory and fear, a testament to Jupiter's power, the king who watched over them all, ready to intervene at any moment, his presence a constant reminder of the fine line between devotion and defiance. In the shadows cast by the flickering flames, an air of uncertainty hung thick. What would Jupiter choose next? Would he grant mercy or unleash his fury? The night held its breath, waiting for the thunderous response of the god who ruled with both love and fear, setting the stage for stories yet to unfold. When the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow that painted the sky like a canvas, Rome pulsed with life. Laughter echoed through the bustling streets, but beneath the surface, a quiet force stirred, a spirit whose influence shaped the very fabric of families and unions. Juno, the powerful goddess, gazed down from her heavenly perch, embodying the values of marriage and family. Her watchful eyes caught the fleeting moments of love and devotion, forging bonds that would stand the test of time. In ancient Rome, marriage was not simply a social contract. It was a sacred union imbued with divine significance. Juno, revered as the protector of women, the guardian of family, and the embodiment of loyalty, ensured that these unions were blessed and safeguarded. Couples, trembling with excitement, offered prayers at her altars, beseeching her for guidance, strength, and fidelity. The air was thick with emotion, the weight of promises exchanged, as hearts united under her watchful gaze. As dusk settled, a young couple stood nervously outside Juno's temple, their hands intertwined, fingers laced together as if to ward off the world. They had come to seek the goddess's favor on the eve of their wedding. The girl's eyes sparkled with a mix of joy and anxiety, while the boy's heart raced with unspoken vows. They recited their intentions aloud, echoing through the sacred space. Juno, bless us with your strength, that our love may endure. Each word resonated with the depth of their dreams, the hopes of a future together. Juno's presence loomed large in these moments, her essence woven into the very fabric of their lives. She was not merely a distant deity. She resonated in the hearts of those who sought her blessings. Families knew that when struggles arose, they could invoke her name, and her spirit would guide them through the darkest days. Her influence was palpable in the laughter of children, the sweet melodies shared during family gatherings, and the quiet moments of support that could only exist when love was nurtured and cherished. Each year, during the festivals dedicated to Juno, the city transformed into a vibrant tapestry of celebration and devotion. People adorned their homes with flowers, inviting the goddess into their lives. Young brides and grooms donned white garments, symbolizing purity and commitment, while families gathered to witness the sacred rites. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation, with every heart beating in unison, longing for Juno's blessings. These moments transcended time, weaving a collective memory that echoed through generations. But not all was harmonious in the world of love. Shadows lurked in the corners of happiness, and even the strongest unions faced trials that threatened to pull them apart. In these moments of turbulence, Juno was not merely a spectator. She was a fierce protector. Tales were told of couples who, facing insurmountable odds, turned to her in desperation. As if by magic, her spirit enveloped them, infusing their hearts with resilience. They fought against the storm together, emerging stronger, hand in hand, grateful for the invisible tether that Juno had forged between them. As the years rolled on, the rituals surrounding marriage evolved, but Juno's essence remained unchanged. Women sought her counsel, believing that her wisdom could guide them through the intricacies of love and family life. Mothers whispered her name in prayer, hoping for the strength to raise their children with the same devotion they had received. Each life that blossomed was a testament to her influence, a beautiful thread in the rich tapestry of human connection. But whispers of change began to circulate, unsettling the age-old traditions that had come to define Roman life. With the rise of new philosophies and ideas, people began to question the roles and responsibilities of marriage. Could love survive if it was not anchored in the sacredness of Juno's teachings? The goddess watched with a heavy heart as her beloved Rome faced a pivotal moment in its history. In the heart of the city, a gathering unfolded, a debate fueled by passion and the stirrings of a changing world. Young thinkers, artists, and families congregated, each voice a unique note in a symphony of hope and fear. Juno's name was invoked, a rallying cry for those who believed in the sanctity of family. They spoke of love's power to heal, to build bridges, and to create unity. As they expressed their thoughts, the energy in the air crackled, a magnetic force that drew people closer. It was a moment pregnant with possibility and impending change. Amidst the thrumming energy of the crowd, stories began to emerge, tales of love that defied convention, of bonds that flourished despite the odds. A woman stood, her voice rising above the din. She recounted her struggles to find a partner who embraced her spirit, not constrained by the expectations of society. The crowd leaned in, captivated. Juno's spirit lingered in the air, as though listening, as though understanding the complexities of love in this new era. As the night wore on and the stars twinkled above, the energy of the gathering shifted. Some voices grew louder, others quieter, but the essence of family, woven through shared experiences, laughter, and the bonds of love, remained a central theme. Juno's legacy, nurtured by such gatherings, pulsed like a heartbeat through the crowd. Each voice, each story, a testament to the enduring power of love, echoed through the ages. Yet, as the discussions turned more intense, a sense of uncertainty loomed. Would the very values that Juno embodied withstand the test of time? Would future generations find comfort and strength within the bonds of marriage? The questions hung in the air like a fragile thread, waiting for resolution. The goddess herself felt the weight of the moment, her heart aching for those who sought clarity amid the swirling chaos of change. And in that charged atmosphere, the night wore on, the tension palpable, echoing through the ancient streets of Rome. Juno's presence lingered, a watchful guardian poised to guide love through its many trials, and even as the world shifted, her promises remained unbroken. The stories continued, the voices rose and fell, and in the distance, a new dawn approached, the promise of love everlasting, forever intertwined with the spirit of Juno. In the flickering firelight of a Roman camp, the air is thick with tension. Soldiers huddled together, their voices hushed, eyes darting toward their commander, who stands resolute, a towering figure cloaked in the dark shadows of night. The shadows whisper tales of glory and bloodshed as the flickering light dances on the bronze glimmer of the armor he wears, armor that has seen countless battles, each dent and scratch a testament to courage and sacrifice. In this moment, one truth pierces through the fog of fear. Mars, the mighty god of war, embodies the very essence of valor that drives these men into the fray. Mars, often depicted as a fierce warrior with a spear in hand and a helmet atop his head, was not merely a figure of mythology but a symbol of strength, honor, and the savage beauty of conflict. His image instilled courage in the hearts of Roman soldiers, forging them into a formidable force that could conquer vast territories, expand empires, and claim glory in the name of their gods. The battle cries that echoed across the plains of Gaul and the hills of Germania were as much a tribute to Mars as they were to the valor of the men who fought. Each clash of swords resonated with the promise of honor. Each fallen comrade whispered the stories of those who had faced death with a brave heart. But Mars was not alone in his fervent call to valor. As the soldiers gazed into that flickering fire, they couldn't help but feel the tug of another force pulling at their souls. A force that spoke of a different kind of strength. The ideals of Christian valor began to seep into their hearts, a quiet yet powerful parallel to the thunderous might of Mars. The teachings of a humble carpenter echoed in the minds of those who had faced the relentless grip of war. Blessed are the peacemakers. They remembered words that lingered like a balm, offering solace amid the chaos. Both Mars and the Christian concept of valor demanded unwavering commitment, yet they resided on different planes of existence. Where Mars thrived in bloodshed and the thrill of battle, Christian valor called for selflessness, compassion, and a fierce love for one's neighbor. Yet, in their fervor to follow their faith, soldiers could not escape the paradox of their lives. Fighting in the name of a god who preached peace while embodying the spirit of a god who reveled in warfare. Could one truly serve both? The tension mounted as the distant sound of horns signaled the approach of enemies. Soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons, adrenaline coursing through their veins. In that electrifying moment, they felt the pulse of Mars beat within them, urging them to charge, to fight, to spill blood in the name of victory. Yet, there lingered an echo of the Christian call to arms, a call that urged them to reconsider, to think not just of glory but of the lives they were about to affect. With each heartbeat, the soldiers wrestled with their dual natures, warriors of Mars or champions of compassion. As they prepared for battle, the spirit of camaraderie surged among them, a bond forged in the fires of conflict. Some soldiers prayed to Mars, offering their lives and deaths to him, while others bowed their heads, seeking guidance from a higher power, a God of mercy. The tension crackled like the air before a storm, a blend of primal energy and spiritual longing that filled the camp. Every man was a warrior, yet every heart wrestled with doubts and dreams of peace. How could they fight while yearning for love, redemption, and the grace of a forgiving God? The clash of swords erupted like thunder, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. In that cacophony, the imagery of Mars unfolded, a whirlwind of courage and rage. The sight of men charging into the fray, faces painted with determination, was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. They became embodiments of Mars, fierce and relentless as they fought for their empire, their families, their very existence. In every strike, every shout, there was a cry for honor, a quest for glory that echoed through the ages. But beneath that fury lay a different kind of strength, the strength of sacrifice and love. In the chaos of battle, the soldiers glimpsed the beauty of valor inspired by Christian teachings. Those who fell were not just warriors lost to the hands of Mars. They were brothers, fathers, sons, and friends. The blood that soaked the earth was not merely spilled for land or power. It was a reminder of humanity's fragility and the calls for love that resonated even amidst war cries. For every soldier who fell in the name of Mars, there lingered a prayer for peace whispered by those who understood that valor extended beyond the battlefield. As the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded, a profound realization washed over those who survived. True strength lay in their ability to carry forth the memory of their fallen comrades, to honor their sacrifices not just with swords, but with acts of kindness, compassion, and love. In the aftermath of war, as the blood-stained fields lay quiet beneath the vast sky, the soldiers found themselves reflecting on the dual legacies they carried within them, those of Mars and the teachings of Christ. The firelight flickered once more as they gathered to heal, to mend their wounds, both seen and unseen. In those moments, they sought not just to conquer lands but to conquer the darkness within, to embody a valor that transcended mere ferocity. And so, the story of Mars and the evolving notions of valor continued to intertwine, a tapestry woven with threads of courage, love, and sacrifice. In every heart, the eternal struggle persisted, a silent battle between the warrior's instinct and the longing for peace, a haunting reminder that even amid the horrors of war, the hope for a better world could still flicker like the flames of that campfire, refusing to be extinguished. In the fading light of a Roman evening, the air thick with the scent of blooming roses, whispers carried on the breeze spoke of a figure who had stirred souls and ignited passions since time immemorial. Venus, the embodiment of love and desire, was not just a goddess. She was a force of nature, a tempest of emotions that swept through the hearts of mortals and deities alike. Her laughter could enchant the wildest of beasts, while her gaze could set the very stars ablaze, igniting a longing that echoed through the ages. As legends unfolded, tales of her beauty and grace mingled with the stories of laughter, heartbreak, and redemption. Yet, there was an undeniable tension in her presence, an allure that transcended mere physical attraction. Venus was woven into the fabric of human existence, representing not just romantic love, but also the complex tapestry of emotions that bound people together. With each encounter, she left a mark that would ripple through time, a whisper of her influence that would eventually seep into the foundations of a new faith. Her iconic figure adorned temples and canvases, the gentle curves of her form celebrated in marble and paint, capturing the essence of femininity and grace. Artisans poured their souls into depicting her, each stroke pulsating with the energy of passion and desire, reflecting the timeless struggle between love and sacrifice. Yet even as the ancient world revered her, shadows lurked in the corners of her legend. Venus was not merely a goddess of blissful romance. She wielded the power to stir jealousy, incite war, and bring about chaos. The duality of her nature was a testament to the complexities of love itself, beautiful yet perilous. When early Christians emerged, they faced a world steeped in the worship of Venus and other deities, where love was often entwined with lust and indulgence. As they sought to define their beliefs, a delicate dance began, a dialogue between the love embodied by Venus and the new ideals of divine love. The tension sparked debates among theologians and believers, as they pondered whether the goddess of love could coexist with the teachings of Christ, who preached a love rooted in sacrifice and purity. Devotional art began to reflect this struggle, as Venus's image transformed from a symbol of earthly desire into a more spiritual representation of love. The gentle curves of her figure became softened. Her gaze shifted from seductive to nurturing, embodying an ideal that encompassed both human emotion and divine grace. Artists began to paint her not just as a temptress, but as a maternal figure, a nurturing spirit guiding souls towards a more profound connection with the divine. In the hearts of believers, this reimagining of Venus resonated. The goddess, once feared for her capriciousness, became a symbol of the love that binds human beings to one another and to God. She embodied the passion that ignites faith, the yearning that drives the soul towards something greater. Every brushstroke and chisel mark transformed her image, igniting a spark of understanding that love was not merely a fleeting emotion, but a powerful force that could inspire acts of kindness, compassion, and selflessness. Yet even as Venus found her place in this new narrative, her legacy was not without conflict. Tensions simmered, as traditionalists clung tightly to the old ways, fearing that love might dilute the sacredness of faith. The debates grew heated and the stakes higher, as the very nature of love was scrutinized. Was it a divine gift or a dangerous temptation? Those who followed Christ argued fiercely for love that transcended the physical, while the echoes of Venus's laughter lingered in the air, reminding them of the allure of earthly pleasures. Throughout the ages, Venus continued to captivate hearts and minds, her essence filtering into the poetry and hymns of early Christian writers. They found themselves using her imagery to express divine love, weaving her grace into their liturgies. In the stirring verses of a hymn or the passionate plea of a sermon, the goddess became a bridge, uniting the sacred and the profane, the human and the divine. As the shadows of the past and the light of newfound faith danced together, the story of Venus transformed once again. She became a figure of reconciliation, representing the beauty of love, one that could coexist with faith. The delicate balance between desire and devotion pulsed like a heartbeat through the art and literature of the time, as poets poured their souls into verses that spoke of love's redemptive power. In the glorious cathedrals that rose to the heavens, stained glass windows depicted the sacred and the secular intertwined, with images of Venus and her love stories nestled alongside saints and martyrs. The colors shimmered in the light, casting vibrant reflections on the stone floors below, as if the very spirit of love were woven into the walls of these sacred spaces. Here, the goddess of love stood watch, a silent guardian over the souls seeking connection with something greater. In the quiet moments of contemplation, those who entered these hallowed halls felt the pull of Venus's legacy, the reminder that every act of love, whether fleeting or eternal, carries with it the weight of divinity. Each whisper of affection, each tender touch, echoed the longing for connection that transcended the temporal, drawing believers deeper into the embrace of their faith. It was a powerful reminder that love, in all its forms, was not just an earthly passion but a divine calling. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows long and deep, a new chapter awaited. The intertwining of Venus and Christian symbolism was just the beginning of a complex saga, one that would evolve and morph through the centuries. The echoes of her laughter could still be heard, mingling with the hymns of the faithful, a testament to the enduring power of love, a force that would continue to shape beliefs, inspire art, and ignite passion in the hearts of many for generations to come. The story was far from over. Its pulse thrummed in the very essence of humanity, a reminder that love, whether divine or earthly, was the universal thread binding all souls together in the intricate tapestry of existence. In the hushed stillness of dawn, when the world holds its breath before the day breaks, the first light reflects off the surface of a tranquil lake. It glimmers like the fleeting moments of connection, a whisper from the divine. This is what Mercury embodies, the messenger of the gods, a bridge between the celestial and the earthly. He is not merely a figure in mythology. He pulsates with the very essence of communication, a vibrant force coursing through the veins of humanity. As the sun rises higher, shadows dance and flicker, much like the messages Mercury carries. The ancient Romans revered him as a guide for souls, a protector of travelers, and a patron of eloquence and commerce. He was swift and cunning, racing across the skies with his winged sandals, a symbol of the urgency and clarity that communication demands. In his hands, the caduceus, two serpents entwined on a winged staff, represented not just trade and negotiation, but the delicate balance of harmony and conflict, a reminder that words can heal or harm. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, merchants called out to one another, their voices rising like the tides, as they conveyed goods, news, and stories. They invoked Mercury's name, hoping to gain favor in their dealings. The air buzzed with anticipation, for every transaction was not merely about trade. It was a dance of trust, a promise of connection. Each word spoken was a thread woven into the fabric of society, binding people together in a web of relationships. Mercury, in his eternal vigilance, listened closely, ensuring that no deceit would disrupt the harmony he treasured. The echoes of Mercury's influence stretch far beyond the confines of Rome. In the rich tapestry of Greek mythology, he emerges as Hermes, the clever trickster with a heart full of wit. He wore a sly grin as he flitted between the realms of gods and mortals, armed not just with speed but with insights into the very soul of communication. Even the mighty Zeus sought his counsel, recognizing that the power of words could sway hearts and alter destinies. Every exchange he facilitated carried the weight of fate itself, for he knew that each message had the potential to ignite revolutions or soothe the fiercest storms. In quieter corners of the ancient world, whispered conversations took place under the watchful gaze of Mercury. Oracle sites buzzed with energy as seekers approached, yearning for divine guidance. Priests and priestesses, attuned to the vibrations of the universe, became conduits for Mercury's messages. They spoke in riddles, their words dripped in symbolism, urging listeners to penetrate the layers of meaning. It was not merely about the content of the message, but about the connection forged through shared understanding, a sacred bond that transcended the mundane. The concept of divine communication is woven into the very fabric of humanity's existence. Mercury personified this connection, a sparkling thread that linked the heavens to the earth. His stories are laced with lessons, echoing through the ages. A young girl sits at the edge of a bustling city, clutching a letter in her hands. With each word she reads, emotions swell within her. Hope, despair, love, and longing. Mercury guides her heart, urging her to respond, to take the leap into the unknown. In that moment, she becomes a vessel of his spirit, channeling the power of words into the world. In another corner of the world, a soldier stands on the brink of battle. His heart pounds in his chest as he clutches a small talisman engraved with Mercury's image. The weight of his fears mixes with the hope of returning home to loved ones. He whispers a prayer, seeking strength through communication with the divine. The air crackles with tension, and Mercury's presence is felt, a fleeting moment that reminds him of the importance of words and promises, an unbreakable bond that stretches from the battlefield to the hearth. But Mercury's influence is not just confined to moments of crisis or urgency. In the stillness of a starry night, lovers share their dreams under the moonlight, their voices intertwined like threads of silk. Here, Mercury weaves his magic, enriching their whispers with the promise of eternity. Each laugh, each sigh, is a testament to the power of connection, the intimate dance of souls that transcends time. In the quiet space between words, Mercury lingers, reminding them that communication is a living entity, pulsating with life. The pulse of communication beats strongly in the hearts of the poets and philosophers who followed the footsteps of Mercury. They captured the essence of the human experience, using words as paints on a canvas of existence. Their verses, infused with the spirit of the messenger, spoke to the deepest fears and desires of humanity. In the marketplace of ideas, Mercury flourished, guiding the thoughts of those brave enough to challenge the status quo. And in the shadows of history, Mercury's legacy continues to weave through the tapestry of human experience. During moments of triumph and despair, he stands vigil, reminding the world that communication is the lifeblood of connection. As the stories of gods and mortals intertwine, the echoes of Mercury's footsteps resonate in every heartbeat, every sigh, and every burst of laughter. In the flickering light of a candle, a scribe carefully inscribes the words that will carry forth the whispers of Mercury. Each stroke of the quill is a sacred act, a moment of communion with the divine. The ink flows like a river, each letter a testament to the eternal dance between gods and mortals. A reminder that even in silence, communication breathes, waiting for the right moment to burst forth and transform lives. As the sun sets, casting a golden glow over the land, Mercury's presence lingers, weaving through the lives of those who dare to listen. The messages shared, the connections made, become an endless chain, a beautiful, intricate loop that spirals through time, carrying the wisdom of the ages. Mercury, the eternal messenger, stands at the threshold, ever ready to guide the next soul into the chorus of voices that sing the song of life. The ocean stretched endlessly, a shimmering expanse of blue that whispered ancient secrets to those who dared to listen. It was here, amidst the rhythmic crash of waves and the salty breeze kissing sun-kissed skin, that the tales of Neptune, the Roman god of the sea, came alive. Neptune wasn't just a deity. He was a force of nature, embodying the wild and unpredictable spirit of the waters. With his powerful trident, he ruled over storms and calm, his moods shifting with the tide, evoking awe and fear among sailors who relied on him for safe passage. In the days of old, men offered sacrifices to Neptune before embarking on their voyages. They would kneel at the water's edge, their hearts pounding with a blend of hope and dread. The sea, both a provider and a destroyer, held their lives in its undulating depths. As they cast their offerings, a young bull, a glittering fish, into the vastness, prayers intertwined with the crashing waves, reaching Neptune before they vanished into the abyss. Stories of Neptune's might filled the taverns, capturing the imaginations of those who gathered to share tales under flickering candlelight. They spoke of ships foundering in storms, of sailors lost to the deep, and of Neptune's wrath unleashed upon those who failed to honor him. Yet, beneath the surface of these tales lay an even deeper connection, one that would intertwine Neptune with the emerging themes of faith and symbolism in early Christianity. Water, in its most elemental form, became a bridge between the old and the new. It was no longer just the domain of Neptune. It transformed into a sacred symbol, cleansing and renewing, an essential element in the story of salvation. Baptism, the ritual of initiation into the Christian faith, drew heavily from the symbolism of water. The waves that had once roared with Neptune's laughter now became gentle currents of grace, washing away sin and offering rebirth. As Christians gathered near rivers and lakes, they carried the weight of Neptune's legacy with them. The waters were still, yet brimming with emotion, as they recalled how storms could turn serene coastlines into battlegrounds of fury. Just as sailors once sought Neptune's favor, new believers sought the gentle touch of Christ, who calmed the stormy seas with a commanding voice. In these moments, the power of water transcended myth and religion. It became the very essence of hope and life itself. The transformation was not without tension. Some viewed the growing Christian faith with suspicion, fearing it would undermine the traditions of the old world. The majestic statues of Neptune stood tall, their stone faces watching over the shifting tides of belief. Would the new faith wash away the old? Or could the two coexist in a world where the ocean was both a divine playground and a graveyard of lost souls? These questions lingered in the minds of many, fueling the fervor of debates in crowded marketplaces and silent monasteries. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the ocean's surface, the air thickened with the scent of salt and impending change. Legends of Neptune's power echoed in the hearts of those who ventured near the water, while the promise of renewal through Christ's message began to seep into the consciousness of the people. A delicate balance hung in the air, a tension that mirrored the churning waters themselves. Those who approached the tides could sense it, the clash of ages, the merging of destinies. Fishermen dropped their nets into the shimmering depths, recalling Neptune's generosity as they pulled forth their catch, while in the distance, a group gathered to witness a baptism. The sound of laughter mingled with the solemnity of the ritual, a reminder that joy and reverence often walked hand in hand. Water splashed against the shore, a reminder of Neptune's rule, but now it bore the weight of new significance. Every splash sent ripples across the surface, each wave a heartbeat that echoed the ongoing struggle for belief and acceptance. The water, once a symbol of Neptune's dominion, now became a source of life and hope for all who sought solace in its embrace. As the faithful emerged from the waters, their faces shone with the light of rebirth, a stark contrast to the darkness that had once consumed their souls. Yet, whispers of Neptune's presence lingered, weaving through the fabric of the new faith, a reminder of the past that could not be simply washed away. As night fell, the ocean transformed into a tapestry of shadows and moonlit reflections. It held stories of Neptune, both a protector and a destroyer, while simultaneously cradling the promise of new beginnings. Fishermen returned to shore, their boats laden with the day's catch, and as they stowed their nets, they cast glances towards the horizon, where the line between past and present blurred. What would tomorrow bring? Would Neptune watch over their voyages? Or would the gentle call of Christ guide them through the storms? The waves lapped at the shore, a soothing lullaby that seemed to murmur forgotten prayers. Deep down, the ocean knew it held the essence of both worlds, the mythic and the spiritual, the wild and the sacred. It was a place where the ancient deity of the sea could coexist with the rising dawn of faith, each ripple in the water a reminder of the intertwined fates of those who lived by its shores. In the silence that enveloped the beach, one could almost hear the echoes of Neptune's laughter mingling with the soft whispers of new believers as they shared their hopes and dreams. The air crackled with anticipation, for the tides were shifting, and just beyond the horizon lay a future that would blend the legacy of the sea god with the promise of salvation, forever altering the course of faith and myth in ways yet to be understood. The night held its breath, waiting for dawn to unveil the next chapter in this ongoing story, where the profound depths of the ocean met the soaring aspirations of the human heart. A chill swept through the air, the kind that sent shivers down the spine, as whispers of lost souls echoed in the shadows. Beneath the earth, where sunlight dared not tread, lay a kingdom ruled by a figure both feared and revered, Pluto, the god of the underworld. He was not a mere villain cloaked in darkness but a complex being, embodying the mysteries of death and the enigma of life after it. His realm was a reflection of humanity's deepest fears and oldest hopes, where every soul was a story, and every story had an ending. Pluto, known to the Greeks as Hades, was born of the Titans, a lineage steeped in power and conflict. With his brothers Zeus and Poseidon, he drew lots to divide the cosmos. While Zeus seized the skies and Poseidon claimed the sea, Pluto accepted the underworld, a dark but essential part of the universe. This decision shaped not only his destiny but also the fate of countless souls, guiding them through the final passage and into the unknown. For the ancient Romans, Pluto was a stern guide. His name, meaning wealth, hinted at a duality. Death was not just an end but a transformation. In the underworld, riches lay buried, a poignant reminder that the earth held treasures meant for those who had crossed the threshold. The dead were not to be scorned. Instead, they were to be honored, for they had journeyed beyond the veil of life. The notion of wealth in the afterlife was entwined with the belief that one's legacy continued to hold sway even after death. The myths surrounding Pluto were rich with emotion, capturing the essence of love, loss, and the eternal struggle between light and dark. One tale lingered in the shadows, echoing through time, the story of Persephone, the goddess of spring. As her beauty blossomed in the meadows, it caught the eye of Pluto, who watched her from his gloomy throne. His heart, though encased in shadows, yearned for companionship. In a moment of desperation, he seized her, dragging her into the depths of his realm. The earth trembled with her absence, and as her mother, Demeter, searched for her daughter, the world fell into a cold, dark winter. Persephone's descent was not merely an act of abduction. It was a union of contrasting worlds. Pluto showed her the beauty of his dark kingdom, with rivers of flowing souls and the haunting echoes of the past. In time, Persephone came to understand that love could bloom even in the darkest of places. Each spring, when she returned to the surface, the earth came alive again, a testament to the cyclical nature of life and death. The bond they formed was a powerful reminder that the underworld was not solely a place of despair, but also one of transformation and rebirth. The ancient Greeks honored this duality with rituals and festivals, celebrating both life and death. The Eleusinian mysteries, held in honor of Demeter and Persephone, were among the most sacred rites. Here, initiates partook in secret ceremonies that promised a glimpse into what lay beyond the grave. The promise of an afterlife filled with joy and reunion was a balm for the living, soothing their fears about the inevitable final journey. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that danced upon the ground, the ancient Romans held similar beliefs about the afterlife. They revered Pluto, often offering him gifts to appease his spirit. The dead were not forgotten. They were remembered through elaborate tombs adorned with flowers and inscriptions. The belief in a continued existence beyond death brought comfort, allowing families to mourn yet celebrate the lives of their loved ones. The notion of a spiritual connection to those who had passed became a thread woven into the very fabric of society. To the Romans, Pluto was both a protector and a punisher. His realm was not just a dark abyss. It was a place of judgment. The souls of the deceased were weighed against their deeds in life, determining their fate. The virtuous enjoyed blissful rest in the Elysian fields, while the wicked faced torment. This dichotomy underscored the importance of morality, echoing through the ages in the choices made by the living. The fear of retribution kept the spirits of the living in check, a constant reminder that their actions had consequences. As darkness enveloped the earth, one could almost hear the whispering of spirits, the sighs of those who had crossed over. Their stories were etched into the very soil beneath our feet, rich with emotion and longing. Family members would gather on quiet nights, sharing tales of lost loved ones, creating a bridge between life and what lay beyond. They lit candles and offered food, a gesture of love that defied the boundaries of life and death. Pluto's influence reached far beyond tales of fear. He embodied the universal truth that death is an inevitable companion. Every heartbeat brings one step closer to the end, but in that very understanding lies the spark of life. The joy of love, the pain of loss, and the bittersweet nature of existence danced like flickering shadows in the minds of those who pondered their own mortality. Even in modern times, the concept of an afterlife continues to grip the imaginations of many. People cling to the hope that there is something beyond the grave, a place where they will be reunited with those they've lost. They seek answers in the glimmer of stars, the rustle of leaves, and the quiet moments of reflection, searching for signs that their loved ones are still near. The stories of Pluto and Persephone serve as a reminder that while death may feel like an end, it can also be a beginning. With every heartbeat, the cycle of life continues, and Pluto's presence lingers in every whispered conversation about the afterlife, every flickering candle lit in memory, and every tear shed in the silence of night. The shadows deepen, and the emotion of these timeless tales beckons. The narrative of Pluto, the god of the underworld, entwines itself with the ever-present mystery of what lies beyond. A story that will never truly end, but only transition, like the seasons, into something new and profoundly familiar. In the dim light of early morning, before the sun cast its golden hues upon the earth, a world lay shrouded in mystery. The air was still, thick with the weight of unformed ideas, and in that silence, two ancient tales began to stir, each echoing the breath of creation. One flowed from the sacred texts of the Hebrews, whispering stories of the Almighty's hand shaping the universe, while the other emerged from the heart of Rome, steeped in the grit and grandeur of its people's imagination. In the beginning, in the Genesis narrative, there was nothing but a void, a dark abyss filled with silence. Then, with a word, a divine command, light pierced the darkness. "Let there be light," resounded through the void, and instantly, the chaos transformed into order. Stars blinked into existence, skies stretched wide, and land rose from the depths of the sea. It was an act of pure will, an intricate tapestry woven by God's fingers, bringing forth life from desolation. The emotions swelled with each creation. The gentle touch of leaves unfurling, the roaring laughter of rivers rushing, the warmth of animals stirring from their slumber. Across the expanse of time and space, another story flickered to life, echoing the same cosmic cadence yet steeped in its own fervor. The Roman creation myth narrated the tale of the world's birth through the godly might of Saturn, a figure both revered and feared. In his reign, time was a wild beast, devouring all things in its path. He was a figure cloaked in shadows, wielding the sickle that cut through existence, separating chaos from creation. In his hands, the heavens and earth emerged as he cast aside the primordial chaos of the universe, mirroring the quiet power of the Hebrew god. In Rome, the act of creation was not solely a serene whisper but a dramatic struggle, a wrestle with fate itself, where gods and mortals danced in a complex interplay. As Saturn fashioned the world, he was not alone. His children, the mighty Titans, stood poised like sculptors, chipping away at the raw stone of reality. They were both creators and destroyers, their ambitions intertwined with fate, echoing the divine complexity found within Genesis. In that ancient Roman imagination, creation was not a solitary act but rather a grand performance, fraught with tension and emotion. Each Titan's heartbeat resonating with the pulse of the earth beneath them. The earth blossomed with mountains that touched the heavens, rivers that carved deep valleys, and forests that whispered secrets to the winds. Yet, as the Romans wove their narrative, they too encountered the specter of chaos. Just as darkness had covered the face of the deep in Genesis, so too did Saturn face the threat of his own offspring. They yearned for freedom, for the chance to overthrow their father, mirroring the biblical struggle where the serpent whispered temptation into the ears of humanity. This emotional anticipation, the fear of loss and the yearning for power, simmered just beneath the surface of both stories, an intricate web of desire and conflict that tugged at the heartstrings of creation. In both narratives, the emergence of humanity marked a pivotal moment. In Genesis, God formed Adam from the dust, breathing life into him, creating in his image. This moment was imbued with sacred significance, a connection to the divine, as the first human opened his eyes to a world bursting with color and possibility. Then came Eve, crafted from Adam's side, symbolizing companionship and unity, a bond that transcended the mere act of creation to encompass love, hope, and the shared burden of existence. In the Roman myth, humanity's creation was ignited by the divine spark of Prometheus, a rebellious titan who dared to steal fire from the gods to give to mankind. His gift was both a blessing and a curse, a flickering flame of knowledge that could illuminate the darkest paths or consume in a blaze of hubris. This act of defiance echoed the biblical tale, where knowledge brought forth both enlightenment and suffering, a duality that haunted every corner of the human experience. The emotions rolled like thunderclouds, heavy with the weight of choice, as humanity grappled with the consequences of its gifts. As these stories intertwined, a subtle tension simmered, a dance of similarities and contrasts. The God of Genesis seemed distant, commanding, yet deeply loving, while Saturn embodied a raw power tinged with fear and vulnerability. The humanity fashioned in Genesis was cradled in divine care, while the humans of Rome were thrust into a world fraught with challenge, shaped by the whims and fancies of capricious gods. The air crackled with the emotions of mortality, the fragility of existence woven against the backdrop of larger-than-life forces. The stories reached their crescendo as both narratives explored the theme of paradise lost. In Genesis, the Garden of Eden was a sanctuary of perfection shattered by disobedience, leading to exile and yearning, a longing for what was lost. The Romans, too, faced the stark reality of their god's fickleness, their beautiful world overshadowed by the looming threat of retribution from Saturn. This intertwining of fate, of paradise tinged with sorrow, resonated deeply within the hearts of those who listened, filling the air with an electric anticipation. What would become of them? Across centuries, the tales pulsed with life, alive in the hearts of those who dared to listen, who felt the weight of creation's marvel and madness alike. The echoes of Genesis and the Roman creation myth intertwined, each thread a testament to humanity's hopes and fears, illuminating the fragile line between divine will and human agency. Each word breathed life into the dreams and struggles of countless generations, creating a bridge between the celestial and the earthly, a reminder that in the vast expanse of the universe, the stories of creation are not merely tales of old but echoes of our own existence. As the dawn broke over the horizon, illuminating the path ahead, the intertwining narratives flowed seamlessly into the lives of those who sought meaning. Their beginnings were not merely ancient accounts. They were living stories, vibrant and pulsating with the emotions of creation. The world thrummed with possibility, and the stage was set for what was to come, leaving an insatiable hunger in the hearts of those who dared to dream. In the flickering shadows of a dimly lit Roman chamber, a scroll unfurls, revealing tales of gods and heroes, of sacrifice and destiny. The air is thick with anticipation, as if the very gods themselves might descend from the heavens to witness the words penned by Virgil, a poet whose verses would echo through time. Each line, each phrase, pulses with the life of a world filled with longing and loss, a world that speaks not only of the hero Aeneas, but also of a greater journey that whispers of redemption, faith, and the promise of a new dawn. Virgil's Aeneid is more than just an epic. It is a tapestry woven from the threads of human experience, threading together the struggles of mortals with the whims of the divine. Aeneas, the fated hero, stands at the crossroads of destiny, battling the fierce storms conjured by vengeful deities and the haunting memories of Troy's fall. His path is littered with burdens that weigh heavily on his shoulders, yet he carries them with a somber grace, embodying the spirit of duty and sacrifice. As Aeneas sails over turbulent seas, a sense of dread looms. The sea is not just a physical barrier, it is a reflection of his internal turmoil. Each wave crashes against the ship, echoing the turmoil in his heart as he wrestles with the loss of his loved ones and the weight of his mission. It is this very struggle, this clash between hope and despair, that resonates deeply with the emerging Christian themes of faith and perseverance. The audience, drawn in by the vivid imagery, feels the salt of the sea spray on their skin and the ache of Aeneas's heart. Beyond the epic tale of a hero's quest lies the profound subtext that speaks to a burgeoning faith, a faith that would soon blossom into the foundations of Christianity. The trials Aeneas faces serve as metaphors for the human condition. His divine guiding spirit, the shade of his father Anchises, becomes a figure that not only represents paternal wisdom but also echoes the Christian notion of divine guidance. The audience can feel the warmth of a guiding hand amidst the chilling uncertainties of life, a reminder that hope often flickers even in the darkest of times. Throughout the Aeneid, characters emerge that offer a glimpse into the moral quandaries faced by humanity. Dido, the tragic queen of Carthage, embodies love and betrayal, her story intertwining with Aeneas's own as she grapples with the pain of abandonment. When Aeneas ultimately chooses duty over love, the audience is left with a profound sense of loss. Dido's heart-wrenching farewell reverberates through the ages, a poignant reminder of the sacrifices we make for our destinies. This moment captures the emotional essence of the epic, infusing it with the bittersweet truth of human existence, invoking tears and sighs from those who find their own struggles reflected in her despair. Virgil's eloquent verses are not only a celebration of Rome's destiny, but also serve as a bridge to the Christian values that would soon permeate the world. The imagery of Aeneas's journey, his encounters with divine beings, the visits to the underworld, and the prophecies of his fate hint at a more profound understanding of life, death, and redemption. The descent into the underworld, where Aeneas meets the spirits of the fallen, becomes a vivid exploration of hope and despair, resonating with the Christian themes of resurrection and eternal life. The souls in the underworld cling to their memories, echoing the Christian belief in the soul's journey beyond this life, stirring the hearts of those who seek solace in a greater purpose. Aeneas's identity as a man of duty allows the reader to feel the weight of his choices. Each decision he makes sends ripples through time, reflecting the struggles of every person facing impossible choices. In moments of reflection, the world around him blurs, and the reader is invited into his thoughts, feeling the heartbeat of his determination and the pangs of his sorrow. The tension of his sacred mission against the backdrop of personal loss creates a rhythm that ebbs and flows, pulling the audience into a tapestry of emotions: joy, grief, and fortitude. When Virgil writes of Aeneas's eventual triumph over adversity, the triumph is not merely of a hero but of the human spirit that refuses to be extinguished. This echoes the Christian narrative of resurrection, where from death springs new life. As Aeneas stands upon the shores of Italy, ready to establish a new home, the audience feels a surge of hope, the promise of a new beginning, of restoration after destruction. Yet even in this moment of victory, there is an underlying tension. The ghosts of the past linger, reminding him of what he has sacrificed and what lies ahead. In the end, Virgil's epic is not just a tale of the past. It is a reflection of the universal journey toward faith and redemption, a narrative that transcends its time. Aeneas, the Trojan warrior, becomes a symbol of the soul's quest for meaning amidst chaos. His story resonates with an audience that seeks to find their own paths through trials and uncertainties. It is in these moments of emotional intensity, where the human experience is laid bare, that the reader feels a connection to something greater, an echo of the divine that whispers through the ages. As the story continues to unfold, the lines between heroism and divinity blur, leaving the audience on the edge of their seats, hearts racing in unison with the struggles of Aeneas. With each page turned, the anticipation builds, not just for the conclusion of his tale, but for the awakening of a faith that promises to reshape the world. The tapestry of the Aeneid continues to weave its intricate patterns, drawing threads of emotion and spirituality together, setting the stage for an inevitable collision of ancient and emerging beliefs that will leave an indelible mark on history. The story pulses with life, unyielding and relentless, beckoning the reader deeper into its embrace, where the echoes of the past meet the whispers of the future in a dance that knows no end. In the flickering torchlight of a humble Roman home, a mother cradled her child close as the winds outside howled like a chorus of angry spirits. Shadows danced across the walls, and as the child's eyes grew heavy with sleep, she whispered tales of gods and heroes, weaving ancient stories that filled the small space with both warmth and a chill of fear. These weren't just stories. They were lessons wrapped in myth, echoes of a society that breathed life into the narratives of divine beings and legendary figures. The gods were everywhere in Rome, from the grand temples dedicated to Jupiter and Juno, looming over the crowded streets, to the quiet shrines in the corner of homes. Their presence seeped into every crevice of daily life. Each marble statue stood not just as an image but as a reminder of moral truths, a beacon guiding the citizens in their choices. The myths of old were more than mere entertainment. They were the very fabric of Roman society, stitching together religion and morality in a way that was inseparable and profound. Consider the story of Aeneas, the Trojan hero destined to found a new city. His journey was fraught with trials, from the wrath of the goddess Juno to the heart-wrenching loss of his beloved Dido. The Romans cherished Aeneas not only for his bravery but for his devotion to duty and piety. His story was a reflection of Roman values: sacrifice for one's country, loyalty to family, and respect for the gods. Whenever a Roman faced a moral dilemma, Aeneas's journey echoed in their minds. Should one choose personal happiness over duty? The answer was clear. Like Aeneas, they were reminded to prioritize the greater good. But the myths also stirred fear, a potent kind of reverence that kept the populace in check. The tale of Numitor and Amulius, the twin brothers who would become the founders of Rome, illustrated the consequences of betrayal and greed. Amulius's ruthless ambition led to his downfall, while Numitor's rightful claim to the throne was restored, showcasing the power of justice and rightful order. Romans understood that their morals were not simply personal choices. They were tied to the very fate of the state. Each time they recounted these stories, they felt the weight of responsibility. They were not merely citizens. They were part of a grand narrative that demanded honor and integrity. In the bustling forums, where politicians gestured passionately and citizens debated, the myths served as touchstones for morality. An orator would invoke the name of Hercules to inspire courage in the face of adversity, reminding listeners that true strength lay not just in physical prowess but in the courage to do what was right. Hercules' labors became a metaphor for the struggles of everyday life. Would they, like Hercules, face their challenges head-on, or would they cower in the shadows? As evening fell and the streets emptied, the remnants of festivals lingered in the air, painted with the vibrant colors of celebration and the intoxicating aroma of food. The rituals dedicated to the gods were more than mere traditions. They were lifelines that bound the people together. The offerings made at the altars, the prayers whispered in reverence, were acts of devotion that reinforced communal values. Each sacrifice was a pledge to uphold moral standards, a promise to the divine that they would strive for a society built on justice, loyalty, and respect. Yet, beneath the surface of these celebrations lay an undercurrent of fear. The Romans understood that the gods were fickle. The myth of the punishment of Lycurgus, who defied Dionysus and faced dire consequences, served as a cautionary tale. To disrespect the divine was to invite disaster. And so, the people clung to their myths, both as shields against the capriciousness of fate and as guides through the moral maze of life. As the moon cast a silvery glow over the city, a soldier returned from the front lines, weary yet proud. He carried with him stories of valor and sacrifice, tales that would soon morph into myths of their own, adding layers to the rich tapestry of Roman history. His fellow citizens would listen intently, hearts pounding, as he recounted the moments that tested their courage and moral fiber. In these narratives, they found inspiration and hope, realizing that they were part of something much larger than themselves. The stories of the fallen, too, wove a somber thread through the fabric of Roman life. The myth of the brave Horatius, who alone defended the bridge against an attacking army, resonated deeply. His stand against overwhelming odds became a symbol of selflessness and duty to Rome. In a society that cherished sacrifice for the collective, Horatius's tale stirred tears and pride, echoing through generations. It was in the telling of these stories that the Romans understood their own responsibilities to protect the city, to uphold their values, and to honor the fallen. In the dim light of a tavern filled with laughter and camaraderie, men shared their dreams and fears, their voices rising and falling like the tides. They spoke of the gods, of fate, and of the moral dilemmas that defined their lives. The myths became their guiding stars, illuminating the path forward even amid uncertainty. Each story, whether of triumph or tragedy, left an indelible mark, shaping their ideals and aspirations. With every whispered tale, the line between myth and reality blurred, weaving a rich, emotional landscape where the values of the past met the aspirations of the present. The heart of Rome pulsed with these stories, each narrative a living thread in the grand tapestry of their existence. And as the night deepened, the city remained alive with the echoes of its myths, urging its citizens to remember, to act, and to believe in the power of their shared history and moral compass. In the shadows, the whispers of the past mingled with the hopes for the future. As the myths of Rome continued to resonate, beckoning all to listen and learn from the powerful lessons that transcended time itself, the stories would never truly end. They would evolve, transforming with each telling, shaping the very essence of what it meant to be Roman. The cycle continued, a story without conclusion, forever rooted in the hearts and minds of those who walked the cobbled streets, forever entwined with the divine. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the cobbled streets of ancient Rome, laughter and music filled the air. Brightly colored banners fluttered in the breeze, and the scent of roasted meats wafted through the throngs of people who were lost in the rhythm of celebration. This was a world where gods were worshipped and festivals punctuated life, a vibrant tapestry of joy intertwined with sacred tradition. Little did they know, these lively gatherings and rituals would echo through time, leaving an indelible mark on a new faith that was just beginning to take root. In the bustling forum, the cries of vendors hawking their wares blended with the chants of priests invoking favor from the pantheon of Roman gods. The Saturnalia, a festival of revelry, was in full swing. Families exchanged gifts, slaves were treated as equals, and the streets erupted in a spirit of unrestrained joy. It was a time when the ordinary man could taste a hint of the divine, if only for a fleeting moment. The groundwork of a different belief was being laid in the hearts of some, a belief that would one day reshape the world. As the candles flickered and the wine flowed freely, an atmosphere thick with both joy and tension emerged as the followers of Christ began to navigate this vibrant landscape. These early Christians, drawn together by their faith and a shared longing for something greater, found themselves both repelled by and irresistibly drawn to the Roman festivals. The energy of these gatherings was intoxicating, a fierce contrast to the solemnity of their own rituals. Yet, they understood that these celebrations too held power that could not be ignored. The Feast of the Epiphany, with its focus on the revelation of Christ, echoed the ancient Roman tradition of celebrating the gods during their festivals. The Christians infused their own meanings into the structure of the festivities, transforming the rites of old into something that embodied their new faith. What once honored Jupiter now celebrated the birth of Christ, the true light of the world. The transformation was subtle yet profound. It was as if the spirit of one era was being reborn into another, the old and the new blending seamlessly. As the Christians gathered in hidden catacombs, their voices rose in song, entwined with the whispers of history. Here, the echo of the Roman spirit lingered, a spirit that craved connection, community, and celebration. The Christians found solace in this shared experience, transforming the pagan rituals into sacred acts of worship. The very act of breaking bread became a feast of remembrance, a nod to ancient traditions while reinterpreting them through a lens of love and sacrifice. And then came the Lupercalia, a festival steeped in ancient rites of fertility and purification. The air buzzed with excitement as young men donned the skins of sacrificed goats, running through the streets, striking those they encountered in hopes of bestowing fertility. It was a far cry from the Christian practice of embracing purity, yet the very essence of the festival, the celebration of life and renewal, was too powerful to dismiss. In a bold stroke of ingenuity, early Christian leaders began to adopt these customs, reshaping them to fit their religious narrative. The lessons of love, sacrifice, and rebirth woven into the fabric of these ancient celebrations began to take root in the hearts of believers. The Lupercalia transformed into a celebration of love and charity, echoing the divine love of Christ that transcended all. As the Romans celebrated the festivals of the dead, honoring their ancestors with offerings, Christians began to see the beauty of remembrance. They infused their own reverence into these practices, celebrating the communion of saints, believing that those who had gone before them were still a part of their lives. The poignant ritual of lighting candles for the departed became a powerful symbol, linking generations through shared faith and love. Under the broad arches of grand temples, the clash of cultures unfolded. The fervor of the Roman festivals clashed with the emerging Christian beliefs, creating a rich tapestry of faith that was both complex and profound. The vibrant colors of the past painted over the canvas of the future, each brushstroke revealing a new dimension of spirituality that embraced humanity's deepest longings. Amidst this tension, the early Christians faced persecution, yet they also found strength in their rituals, drawing from the same wellspring that inspired the festivals they sought to transform. The scorn of the empire only fueled their fervor. They gathered in secret, their hearts ignited by the flame of faith, and as they lit their candles, they were filled with a sense of purpose. Each festival became a testament to their resilience, a reminder that they were part of something far greater than themselves. They embraced the familiar rhythms of Roman life, reinterpreting them into a narrative that celebrated the triumph of love over fear, light over darkness. The echoes of ancient celebrations rang through their gatherings, as if the very spirits of the past whispered encouragement, urging them to carry forth a message of hope. As centuries turned, the influence of Roman festivals on Christian practices became woven into the fabric of Western civilization. The Church adopted these traditions, giving them new life, transforming the once pagan celebrations into holy days of remembrance and joy. The world would come to know Christmas, Easter, and All Saints' Day, each bearing the mark of their origins, a powerful reminder that the past could be reshaped and reborn. In the hearts of the faithful, the pulse of ancient Rome continued to resonate, a reminder that love and community were timeless. As Christians gathered to celebrate, they carried the weight of history with them, transforming shadows of the past into beacons of light. And as the sun rose on each new day, the promise of faith and celebration intertwined, an unbreakable bond that would echo through the ages, forever uniting the sacred and the celebrated in a dance that knew no end. In the flickering torchlight of the Roman Forum, a gathering of citizens held their breath as a figure clad in a laurel crown descended the marble steps. The emperor, a man blessed by the gods, stood before them, embodying both divine authority and earthly power. His presence was electric, an intoxicating blend of reverence and fear that swept through the crowd like a wildfire. They believed in him not just as a ruler of territories and armies, but as a conduit to the divine. The whispers of the crowd echoed his titles: Divine Augustus, Son of the Gods. This was more than politics. It was a dance of faith, a ritual where the sacred intertwined with the mundane, and every heartbeat resonated with the pulse of an ancient belief. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobblestones, the citizens chanted his name, their voices rising in fervor. Each syllable was a prayer, an affirmation that their emperor was more than flesh and blood. He was a demigod, a celestial being walking amongst mortals. They believed that through him, they could touch the heavens, a belief so powerful that it transcended mere loyalty. It was the essence of the cult of the emperor, a phenomenon that flourished in the Roman Empire, seeping into the very fabric of society. The roots of this divine kingship ran deep, entwined with the very identity of Rome. The emperors, starting with Augustus, understood this potent cocktail of power and piety. They crafted their image with care, erecting temples in their honor, commissioning statues that captured their idealized forms in bronze and marble. In these representations, they shone with a light only gods had previously known. Priests were appointed, rituals were established, and festivals were celebrated to solidify their divine status. The people needed a figure they could worship, a beacon of stability in a world rife with chaos. At the same time, whispers of Christianity began to echo through the streets, soft yet insistent, offering an alternative vision of divinity. Jesus, a humble carpenter from Galilee, spoke of a kingdom not built on power or might, but on love and sacrifice. His followers gathered in secret, sharing stories of miracles and a resurrection that defied the very laws of nature. The clash between these two worlds was palpable, filled with tension as the old ways struggled to hold their ground against the rising tide of a new faith. In the grand halls of the imperial palace, advisors and generals debated fiercely. How could the emperor maintain his grip on the hearts of the people when this new religion promised eternal life and a personal connection with a loving God? They plotted, schemed, and, at times, resorted to cruel measures to quash the burgeoning faith. Yet, in their desperation, they never realized that their very efforts were cementing the resolve of the early Christians. The blood of the martyrs watered the seeds of their faith, growing stronger in the face of adversity. The emperor himself, a shrewd politician, began to adapt. He wore the mantle of divinity more proudly, elevating his status even as the Christians gathered in the shadows. He commissioned magnificent temples to the gods, yet he couldn't shake the haunting realization that each act of worship he demanded was met with quiet resistance from the growing Christian community. The tension was palpable, a tightrope walk between divine reverence and mortal fear. Meanwhile, within the darkened corners of homes and hidden places, Christians were whispering prayers and singing hymns. They gathered in secret, their hearts beating as one, united in their belief that they were all children of a higher power. They spoke of a king who ruled not from a throne of stone, but from the hearts of the faithful. This was a stark contrast to the imperial cult, which demanded offerings and loyalty in exchange for blessings. The personal connection they felt was revolutionary, breathing life into a movement that would challenge empires. As the years turned into decades, the conflict escalated, and the tension thickened like storm clouds on the horizon. Persecutions flared up, igniting fear and anger among the Christians. Yet, in their suffering, they found strength. Many saw the emperor's divine image painted across the walls of temples and felt anger coursing through their veins. They remembered the stories of the martyrs, those brave souls who faced death with unyielding faith. This was their moment to rise, to stand against the tide of oppression. The emperor, feeling the pressure of this rising tide, sought to reassert his power. He ordered grand processions, creating spectacles that dazzled and distracted the masses. Chariots adorned with gold and silver paraded through the streets, warriors marching in perfect formation, the very embodiment of Roman might. But the more he tried to solidify his power, the more the cracks began to show. The people were torn, caught in a whirlwind of belief that challenged everything they held dear. In this climate of fierce loyalty and growing dissent, a new understanding began to form. The Christians, with their radical visions of love and compassion, began to mirror the very essence of what the emperor sought. Though they practiced their faith in silence, their hearts burned brightly with a conviction that could not be extinguished. They were not merely subjects. They were a movement, a force that questioned the very fabric of imperial authority. Even as the emperor sat atop his throne, surrounded by sycophants and generals, a quiet revolution was brewing in the undercurrents of society. The echoes of the cult of the emperor were no longer ringing alone. They were met with the gentle stirrings of a new faith that promised hope, and as the two collided, the air thickened with anticipation. Each side prepared for what was to come, unaware that the fabric of their world was about to be woven anew. In the shadows, the future awaited, a future where the lines between divinity and mortality would blur, and the echoes of faith would resonate throughout the ages. In the flickering shadows of ancient Rome, a whisper echoed through the busy streets. a tale that danced on the lips of eager souls. The sun dipped low, casting an orange glow over the grand temples and bustling forums, where citizens gathered, their faces illuminated not just by the fading light, but by the hope of something greater, something divine. Among the mighty statues of gods that loomed over the city, there stood a figure of great significance. Mercury, the messenger, known for his unparalleled speed and cunning. He flitted between realms, a bridge between the divine and the mortal. With his winged sandals and caduceus in hand, he delivered messages from the gods, guiding souls and connecting the worlds. The Romans revered him not just as a deity, but as a mediator who brought divine wisdom to humanity, an idea that resonated deeply in the hearts of the people. They saw in him a light against the darkness of their uncertainties, a figure who could traverse the divide between their struggles and the celestial. Yet, in the quiet corners of this powerful empire, another story was stirring, a narrative that would forever change the landscape of belief. In the distant land of Judea, under the weight of Roman rule, a child was born into humble beginnings. The heavens opened, and a chorus of angels sang, heralding the arrival of a new mediator who would bridge the chasm between man and the divine in a way that had never before been conceived. As the years passed, this child grew into a man named Jesus, a figure who embodied the essence of love and forgiveness. He walked among the people, healing the sick and comforting the brokenhearted. With each parable, he unfurled the timeless truth of compassion, challenging the rigid structures of society and religion. Those who listened felt a warmth envelop them, as if the very fabric of their existence was being rewritten. Yet the shadows lingered, and not everyone welcomed this new light. The powerful priests and politicians felt threatened by the idea of a mediator who could render their traditions obsolete. They plotted in darkened rooms, their hearts hardened as they conspired to extinguish this flame of hope. The tension in the air crackled with anticipation. As crowds gathered, their breaths held, uncertain of what would come next. In the Colosseum, where gladiators fought for glory and lives were weighed against the roar of the crowd, the echoes of fate intertwined. The Romans had their pantheon of gods, yet they sensed a shift, a stirring in the spiritual air that sent shivers down their spines. They marveled at their gods but felt an emptiness gnawing at their souls, a gap that neither Jupiter nor Mars could fill. The stories of Mercury's swift guidance seemed less vibrant in contrast to the profound tales emerging from the east, a narrative that promised not just connection, but redemption. As the sun rose and fell, Jesus' words began to resonate beyond his homeland, reaching the ears of those who grasped for meaning in their chaotic lives. The concept of a divine mediator began to flourish, transforming across cultures. Romans, who once prayed to their pantheon for intervention, found themselves drawn to this humble carpenter whose very being seemed to pulse with love. The emotional connection forged between the people and this new figure stirred a longing for divine acceptance and forgiveness, a longing that had lain dormant for centuries. The narratives intertwined with an unyielding force. In secret gatherings, followers whispered his name, sharing stories of miracles that felt as ancient as the myths of old. Mary, the mother of Jesus, became a symbol of purity and strength, echoing the revered figures of Roman mythology. Like Venus, she embodied nurturing love, yet her story was imbued with a transformative power that transcended mere beauty. Then came the moment that shook the very foundations of belief. Betrayed by one of his own, Jesus faced the ultimate test. The same people who once revered him now called for his crucifixion. The weight of the cross bore down not just on his shoulders, but on the hearts of all who had placed their faith in him. As he stumbled along the path to Golgotha, the heart-wrenching cries of the crowd filled the air. The agony of loss intertwined with the hope of resurrection, a paradox that left souls aching for resolution. In that climactic moment, when he breathed his last, the earth trembled, and the veil of the temple tore in two, symbolizing the fulfillment of his role as the divine mediator. The barrier that once separated humanity from the divine was forever shattered. The Roman guards standing watch felt a shiver run through them, a sense of something monumental occurring that would ripple through history. As days turned into weeks, a whisper began to spread, one that promised the unimaginable: resurrection. Followers spoke of seeing him again, alive and radiant, as if he had transcended the very bounds of life and death. The thrill of his return sparked a fire within the hearts of many, igniting a movement that would engulf the empire. Jesus' message of love, compassion, and forgiveness rang true amidst the echoes of the past, creating a tapestry woven with threads of longing, hope, and belief. The Romans, once steeped in the tales of their own gods, found themselves grappling with a new narrative that offered not only a mediator but a savior. The emotional landscape of a weary empire began to shift, as the stories of Mercury's swift flight gave way to the enduring legacy of Christ, a figure who, like a beacon in the night, promised a new dawn. Still, the shadows of doubt lingered, and the tension remained thick in the air, the future uncertain yet pregnant with the promise of transformation. In this moment of upheaval, the idea of the divine mediator morphed and expanded, interweaving through the fabric of culture and belief. As whispers of hope spread, the hearts of the people hungered for connection to the divine, something to transcend their struggles. The ancient myths of Rome began to fade, not in erasure but in evolution, giving way to a new understanding of divinity that pulsed with life and love. And so, as the sun set over the ancient city, the flames of faith flickered brightly, casting long shadows over the ruins of old beliefs. In the quiet murmurs of hope, the tapestry of human longing intertwined with the divine, inviting every soul to step closer to the light. The world was on the brink of change, and in that moment, the air was thick with the promise of new beginnings, a journey that had only just begun. In the flickering shadows of torchlight, a chilling whisper echoed through the ancient halls of a forgotten temple. The air was thick with dread as the priests of the underworld prepared for a rite that had been passed down through generations. They gathered in a circle, cloaked in dark robes, their faces concealed, eyes glinting with both fear and reverence. They were about to call upon the chthonic deities, the dark gods of the underworld, rulers of shadows and secrets, whose very names sent shivers down the spine of even the bravest warrior. Among these deities, Pluto stood as a figure of both power and sorrow. The god of the underworld, he was neither purely malevolent nor wholly benevolent. He was a complex lord of the dead, presiding over the souls that departed from the land of the living. With his three-headed dog Cerberus guarding the gates, he ensured that none could escape the fate sealed by life's choices. The legends whispered of his realm, a dim, desolate place where hope dimmed and memories faded, yet a place that held the echoes of life, reminding all who entered of the past they had left behind. The stories of the Roman underworld were woven into the very fabric of society. They told of the journey souls took across the river Styx, where Charon, the grim ferryman, waited. The dead had to pay him with an obol, a tiny coin placed on their lips to ensure safe passage. Those who arrived without this coin were said to wander the shores for eternity, their cries mingling with the winds, a haunting reminder of what was lost. The priests, their chants growing louder in urgency, evoked this dark journey, summoning the presence of the departed to witness their rituals. But amid the shadows of Roman myth, a flicker of light emerged from a different narrative. Christianity was rising, casting a new vision of the afterlife, one that clashed violently with the ancient beliefs. Heaven and hell became the distinct destinations for souls, starkly different from the Roman underworld. The chthonic gods faced an existential threat as the tales of resurrection and redemption spread like wildfire through the hearts of the faithful. The fear of damnation struck deeper than the chill of Pluto's domain. It was a fear that gripped the very essence of existence itself. As the Christian narrative unfolded, the imagery was powerful and vibrant. The Judgment Day loomed, a climactic moment where the dead would rise from their graves, summoned by the trumpet of angels. The faithful would ascend to eternal glory, while those who strayed would be cast into the fiery abyss, a place ruled by the devil, a figure that encompassed all that was dark and wicked. This was not merely a retelling. It was a transformation of belief, where hope clashed with terror, and the weight of morality shaped destinies anew. The stories of the chthonic deities began to twist and merge with the new faith. Figures like Hades transformed into the Christian devil, a grotesque being lurking in the shadows, waiting to claim lost souls. In the minds of the people, the ancient stories of punishment and reward morphed into a stark dichotomy. The priests of old struggled to reconcile the fear that had once reigned in their temples with the newfound promise of salvation. They watched, helpless, as the rites of the underworld faded into whispers. The torches that once burned brightly began to dim, leaving only the haunting memory of the ancient gods that ruled before. In the ruins of the old temples, echoes of the past mingled with the fervent prayers of the new believers. The land became a battleground of faith, where the remnants of chthonic worship fought against the tides of Christian eschatology. Ghostly figures flitted through the shadows, attempting to regain their power as the myths of the underworld slipped through the fingers of the faithful. Each flickering flame in the dark seemed to pulse with a heartbeat, a reminder that the old ways were not easily forgotten. With each passing season, the underworld myths and the Christian teachings weaved themselves into a complex tapestry of human emotion. Fear, hope, despair, and yearning collided in the hearts of the people. The ancient rituals, once vibrant with life, became shrouded in mystery, while the new doctrine brought both solace and terror. What awaited them after death? Were they to be judged or welcomed? The questions hung heavy in the air, a specter haunting the living, driving them closer to the unknown. Yet, the chthonic deities were not entirely extinguished. In the quiet moments of reflection, when the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the land, they stirred. Shadows crept into the corners of the minds of men and women, reminding them of the weight of their choices, of the lives left behind. The soul's passage across the river Styx remained a chilling reminder of mortality, a thread connecting the past to the present. And in those fleeting moments, the ancient stories pulsed with life once more, as if to say they were still here, lurking just beneath the surface. As the priests continued their rituals, the echoes of the past intertwined with the fervent prayers of the new faith. The chthonic deities and Christian eschatology existed in a fragile dance, a push and pull between fear and hope, darkness and light. Every soul that passed through the veil between life and death became a participant in this haunting interplay, a tapestry of beliefs and emotions that transcended time. And so, the flickering shadows remained, whispering secrets of the underworld even as the light of new beliefs threatened to push them into oblivion. The struggles of the departed filled the air with tension, as if the very essence of existence was caught in a moment of breathless anticipation. Would the old gods yield entirely to the rising tide of faith, or would they find a way to persist, forever etched in the hearts of those who dared to remember? The answer lingered just out of reach, a chilling promise that the story of life, death, and what lies beyond was far from over. The temple stood silent, yet alive with the pulse of history, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. In the dim light of a flickering torch, a weary traveler approached the ancient city of Rome, where the echoes of legendary heroes still whispered through the cobbled streets. The air hung heavy with stories of valor, sacrifice, and redemption. Among these tales, the figure of Hercules loomed large, a symbol of strength and courage, yet also of a struggle that resonated deeply with the nascent Christian faith. As the traveler stepped deeper into the city's embrace, he felt an unmistakable current of emotion surrounding him, a longing for heroism that transcended mere physical might. Hercules, once the epitome of power and invincibility, now stood as a poignant reflection of the human journey toward redemption. His 12 labors, each a testament to his strength, mirrored the trials faced by those seeking forgiveness and salvation. The golden glow of the sun dipped behind the rooftops, casting long shadows that danced like the flickering flames of hope in the hearts of men. In the bustling forum, merchants called out to hawk their wares, but the travelers' ears tuned in to the murmurs of philosophers and preachers discussing the virtues of humility, grace, and sacrifice. Hercules' battles against fierce beasts and treacherous foes were no longer mere tales of glory. They became parables of personal struggle. Each labor was a metaphor for the temptations and trials that every soul must face. The traveler paused, drawn into a conversation between a Stoic philosopher and a priest. The philosopher spoke of Hercules' strength, while the priest countered, emphasizing the divine strength found in surrender. Is it not in our weakness that we find true strength? the priest implored, his voice rising above the clamor of the marketplace. The traveler watched as the crowd absorbed his words, faces reflecting a mix of doubt and hope. Here, in the very shadows of Hercules' legacy, the seeds of a new faith sprouted, one that championed not the heroic feats of old, but the quiet acts of love and compassion. Lost in thought, the traveler wandered toward the Colosseum, where the echoes of roaring crowds still reverberated through time. Once, this arena had witnessed the might of Hercules in the flesh, as gladiators aspired to his legendary prowess. Now, it served as a backdrop for a different kind of battle, one of belief. As Christians gathered in secret to share stories of their faith, they invoked Hercules not merely as a hero but as a fellow struggler, a man who sought redemption through his trials. The night air turned cool as the stars twinkled overhead, and the flickering candles illuminated the faces of the faithful. They spoke of the challenges they faced, of a world that often felt like a dark labyrinth. In their stories, Hercules transformed from a mythical figure into a symbol of their own struggles against temptation, fear, and despair. He, too, fought against the monsters within. One woman whispered, her voice trembling with emotion, and in that fight, he found himself. The traveler felt a shiver run down his spine, as if the very walls of the Colosseum were alive with the stories of all who had fought for their place in the world. Each whisper of the crowd echoed the same profound truth, that true heroism lay not in invincibility, but in vulnerability and the willingness to seek redemption. Hercules, in this reimagining, became a bridge between the worlds of myth and faith, a reminder that every person, no matter how mighty, carries the burden of their own trials. With dawn approaching, the traveler found himself drawn toward a gathering outside the city. Here, a group of believers stood beneath the ancient trees, their faces lit with a shared light of hope and conviction. They regarded Hercules as more than a legend. He was a kindred spirit, a figure who had navigated his own labyrinth of choices and consequences. In their eyes, he embodied the struggle for forgiveness that mirrored their own desire to be embraced by a loving God. As the sun began to rise, casting a golden hue over the landscape, the traveler felt an overwhelming sense of connection. The stories of Hercules intertwined seamlessly with the emerging Christian narrative, each drawing from the well of human experience. The mythic hero's journey became a canvas upon which the early Christians painted their own truths about sacrifice, perseverance, and the transformative power of love. With each passing moment, the traveler felt the weight of their lessons pressing against his heart. Hercules, despite his legendary status, faced loss and pain, betrayal and anger. He had moments of doubt, moments where he questioned his own worth. In the struggle to overcome these shadows, he found a deeper understanding of what it meant to be human. The parallels were unmistakable. The early Christians, too, grappled with their own doubts, seeking a path through the darkness, yearning for the light of redemption. As the sun climbed higher, illuminating the faces of the gathered souls, the traveler sensed that the story of Hercules had only just begun to merge with the tapestry of faith. He could almost see the threads intertwining, crafting a narrative that would resonate for centuries to come. The fire in the hearts of the believers grew stronger, fueled by the understanding that they, too, could rise from their struggles, much like Hercules had. The traveler took a deep breath, feeling the warmth of a new day wrap around him like a comforting cloak. Outside the city, a choir of voices rose in song, their melodies echoing the timeless battle between despair and hope. Hercules, that once mighty hero, now stood as a beacon of possibility for those seeking redemption. The emotional weight of the moment surged through him, a reminder that every heart had its struggles, and every struggle had its path toward healing. With his heart pounding, the traveler turned toward the sound, drawn into the crowds. He felt the pull of something greater, a growing realization that the myths of the past were not mere stories but living lessons that shaped the present. Hercules had become a mirror, reflecting the very essence of humanity. A journey fraught with pain yet brimming with the promise of redemption just waiting to be claimed. As the voices rose and the sun bathed the world in its warm embrace, the traveler stepped forward, eager to join the throng. Each footfall echoed with the weight of history, the stories of Hercules merging seamlessly with the dreams of a new faith, crafting a narrative that would continue to unfold. The air crackled with anticipation, and the journey, it seemed, was far from over. In a dimly lit Roman forum, the air thick with the scent of incense and the weight of expectation, a young soldier stands before his commander, hands trembling slightly yet resolute. His heart pounds in his chest as he recalls the tales of valor and devotion his father shared by the flickering light of their hearth. It is the virtue of pietas that drives him, a fierce loyalty to his family, his country, and the gods. The soldier feels the legacy of generations resting upon his shoulders, and with every breath, he is reminded that to serve is to honor. He knows that in this moment, he may face death, but he will do so with a heart full of love and respect. Pietas, a word that stirs the very essence of what it means to be Roman, encapsulates loyalty and duty in its purest form. It embodies a relationship not only with the divine but also with kin and homeland. As he stands there, the soldier's mind races back to the stories of Aeneas, the great hero whose unwavering devotion to his family and duty led him across treacherous seas to found a new home. This legendary figure, celebrated in Virgil's epic, becomes a beacon of virtue for every Roman. Aeneas's sacrifice resonates through the ages, echoing in the hearts of those who seek to embody the same spirit. Across the Mediterranean, in a humble village, a young woman kneels in prayer. Her fingers brush the worn pages of a small book, the words of the scriptures imbued with hope and faith. She is a follower of Christ, feeling the weight of the world upon her shoulders, yet buoyed by the promise of love and redemption. Like the soldier, her heart is filled with a fierce loyalty. It is a loyalty not just to her family, but to a community that struggles against oppression and despair. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears as she whispers the names of those she loves: her mother, her brother, her neighbor. She recalls the teachings of Jesus, who showed that true loyalty is rooted in compassion and selflessness. In the bustling streets of Rome, the soldier finds himself surrounded by the sounds of laughter and commerce. Yet, beneath this lively facade lies a tension, a fear of the empire's decline. He sees men and women hustling, their faces drawn and tired, bearing the weight of expectations. Yet, in their resilience, he senses a flicker of something extraordinary: the enduring spirit of pietas. It is alive in the sacrifices of parents to shield their children from the harsh realities of life, in the way friends support one another during times of crisis. The soldier's heart swells with a sense of purpose. He knows that his journey is not just to safeguard the empire, but to protect the very fabric of loyalty that binds people together. Meanwhile, the young woman, her heart aching with love and longing, walks through the narrow paths of her village. She often encounters those who scorn her faith, who mock her devotion to a Messiah who preached love in a world filled with hatred. Yet, the stories of the early Christians, their courage in choosing faith over fear, ignite a fire within her. She remembers the martyrdom of Stephen, the first Christian martyr whose final words spoke of forgiveness rather than vengeance. This is her call to arms, not with swords or shields, but with compassion and understanding. She resolves that her loyalty to Christ will manifest in acts of kindness, a soft rebellion against the cruelty around her. Back in the forum, the soldier is now standing at the front lines, sword drawn, surrounded by comrades who share his resolve. The air crackles with tension as they await the enemy's approach. Each man recalls a story of sacrifice, a reason for fighting, invoking the spirit of pietas that courses through their veins. The soldier's thoughts dart to his family, their faces illuminated by the warmth of the fire at home. He can almost hear his mother's laughter, the way his father's voice carved tales of bravery into his heart. Each memory is a banner, a shield against the fear swelling in his chest. He knows that to fight this day is to uphold the legacy of his ancestors, to honor the gods who forged his very existence. In her village, the young woman gathers her fellow believers in the quiet of night, their faces aglow with candlelight. They share their fears and hopes, their dreams of a world brimming with love rather than strife. As they pray together, she feels the powerful bond of loyalty forming among them, a palpable warmth that transcends the darkness encroaching upon their lives. Each prayer becomes an act of defiance, a celebration of their faith, a faith that mirrors the pietas of the Romans, yet is steeped in a new understanding of love that transcends bloodlines and borders. The very essence of loyalty transforms in her heart, evolving into a fierce dedication to uplift the downtrodden and heal the broken. As dawn breaks, casting a golden hue over the landscape, the soldier and his comrades charge forward into battle. The world around them blurs, sounds merging into a cacophony of chaos. In that moment, every swing of the sword, every cry of courage, resonates with the heart of pietas, an unyielding commitment to protect what is sacred. With every clash of steel, he feels the spirits of his ancestors guiding him, their love woven into the fabric of his very being. The weight of his duty becomes lighter, buoyed by the knowledge that he fights not just for the empire, but for the bonds that tie them all together. Miles away, the young woman witnesses the suffering inflicted by those who seek power over compassion. Each story of loss she hears only strengthens her resolve. She understands now that loyalty takes many forms. It requires the courage to stand against injustice, to speak for those who cannot, to offer a hand to the fallen. As she watches the sun dip below the horizon, she vows to carry the light of love into the darkest corners of her world, a beacon of hope for the weary and lost. As the soldier's blade finds its mark and the echoes of battle ring in his ears, he feels a connection to something greater than himself, a tapestry of loyalty, courage, and love stretching across time and space. And in that same moment, the young woman kneels in prayer, her heart aflame with the spirit of compassion, bridging the gap between her struggles and the soldier's fight, uniting them in their shared quest for honor and love. This is not just the story of a soldier or a believer. It is the pulse of humanity, beating steadily through the ages, reminding them all that loyalty takes many forms, yet binds them all in a way that transcends time and place. In the flickering light of dawn, a whisper of ancient stories hangs in the air. The tales of Roman myths, filled with gods, heroes, and more importantly women, call to us from the shadows of history. They are figures of power, resilience, and complexity, often overlooked, yet undeniably influential. As the sun rises over the ruins of mighty temples, their stories weave a tapestry connecting worlds, binding myth and faith through the ages. At the center of this tapestry stands a striking figure, the goddess Venus, embodying love and beauty. With her enchanting presence, she captivated both mortals and gods. Yet, her influence extended far beyond mere allure. Venus represented a nurturing spirit, a protector of the vulnerable. Her power lay not just in seduction but in her role as a mother, a figure akin to the Virgin Mary, who would later emerge in Christian lore. Both women evoke a sense of sacred femininity, a perfect balance of strength and compassion. Then there's Juno, queen of the gods, fierce and protective. She was the embodiment of marriage and motherhood, a deity who fiercely defended her loved ones against the slings and arrows of fate. Her relationship with Jupiter mirrors that of Mary and her son, Jesus. Each woman navigated treacherous waters, facing betrayal and heartache. Juno's wrath was legendary when provoked, much like the fierce maternal instinct found in Mary's unwavering devotion. Both women stood as beacons of hope and strength, their narratives intertwined with the struggles of their families, echoing through time with the weight of sacrifice. The Roman mythos does not shy away from darker stories, either. Take the tragic tale of Lucretia, a noblewoman whose fate sparked a revolution. Her story of virtue and violence tells of honor and betrayal, igniting the flames of change in an empire. This was not just a tale of personal tragedy. It resonated deeply with the themes of redemption and sacrifice, much like the crucifixion of Jesus. Lucretia's ultimate act of defiance against tyranny drew a direct line to the suffering of Christ, urging the people to recognize the cost of freedom and the pain of oppression. Lavinia, the quiet yet powerful figure in the Aeneid, also deserves recognition. Though she initially seemed a passive character, her very existence sparked wars and shaped destinies. Her determination to carve out her own fate parallels the transformative journey of Christian figures like Mary Magdalene, who defied societal expectations and emerged as a pillar of faith. Both women, although often overshadowed by the male heroes around them, were pivotal in defining the narratives they inhabited. Their strength lies not just in their actions, but in their ability to inspire those around them. Then there is the haunting story of Proserpina, the goddess of the underworld. Her descent into darkness and her eventual return to the living world captures the endless cycle of life, death, and rebirth. This tale resonates with the resurrection of Christ, intertwining themes of sacrifice and renewal. Proserpina's journey is not merely one of loss but of empowerment, mirroring the experiences of countless women who have faced their own trials and emerged stronger. Her story evokes a sense of longing and hope, a reminder that through despair, new life can arise. The fierce warrior goddess Bellona stands in stark contrast to the more nurturing figures. With her battle cries echoing across the plains, she embodies the spirit of resilience and strength. Her presence is a reminder of the power of women in warfare, their role not just as supporters but as fierce protectors of their people. In many ways, she parallels the fierce dedication of women in early Christian communities, who often took up the mantle of leadership and protection in times of turmoil. Both Bellona and these early Christian figures challenged the status quo, defying expectations and altering the course of history. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows over the past, a deeper connection begins to emerge between these powerful women of Roman myths and the revered figures of Christianity. Each tale, resonating with raw emotion, reveals a universal truth. Women have always played a crucial role in shaping narratives, whether divine or mortal. Their stories, filled with heartache and triumph, serve as a testament to the strength of the female spirit. What binds them is not just their struggles but their unwavering hope, a hope that transcends time and space, echoing through the ages. Venus, Juno, Lucretia, Lavinia, Proserpina, and Bellona are far more than mythological figures. They are reflections of the trials and triumphs faced by women throughout history, their legacies etched in the hearts of those who dare to remember. These echoes of the past resonate in the present, where women continue to rise, inspired by the strength of those who walked before them. The lessons learned from their stories remain relevant today, urging each generation to confront their own challenges with courage and resilience. The parallels drawn between Roman myths and Christian archetypes invite us to reflect on the timeless nature of these themes, reminding us that the essence of womanhood transcends boundaries and beliefs. As the final rays of sunlight fade into twilight, the stories of these remarkable women linger in the air, alive, vibrant, and utterly compelling. Their legacies entwine with the fabric of faith and myth, creating a narrative that feels both ancient and achingly contemporary. Each heartbeat echoes with the promise of empowerment, resilience, and love, sustaining a legacy that refuses to be forgotten and inviting all to look deeper into the narratives that continue to shape lives today. In the flickering light of candle flames, a young artist sits hunched over a wooden table, his fingers stained with the vivid colors of the world he longs to capture. He glances at the images around him, a pantheon of Roman gods, each figure a masterpiece of beauty and strength, their stories etched in marble and canvas, vibrant and alive. The weight of the past hangs heavy in the air, a palpable reminder of the grandeur that once dominated this place. As the sun sets, casting long shadows that dance against the walls, the artist's heart beats faster. He is on the brink of a transformation, a moment where the echoes of Rome will intermingle with the nascent faith he feels stirring deep within. Not far from where he works, monumental statues of Jupiter and Venus stand sentinel, their forms speaking of power and desire, of a world that revered flesh and glory. These figures, once the pinnacle of artistic expression, are now being challenged by a new vision, one that seeks not to glorify humanity, but to illuminate the divine. The artist's brush hovers over the canvas, trembling with anticipation, as he contemplates the crucifixion scene that will soon emerge. In that moment, he feels the tension of two worlds colliding, the rich heritage of Roman art and the humble simplicity of Christian belief. Roman art is a vivid tapestry woven from the threads of daily life, mythology, and the impermanence of time. It glorifies the human form and seeks to immortalize the achievements of men and women. The artists of the empire knew how to make marble breathe, how to impart emotion to a stone face. Their sculptures and frescoes spoke volumes, depicting not only gods but also warriors, philosophers, and ordinary citizens, capturing the essence of their existence. It is this expressive power that the young artist seeks to harness as he contemplates the sacred stories he wishes to tell. As he begins to sketch, it becomes evident that the influence of Roman literature courses through his veins. The epics of Virgil and Ovid resonate in his mind, their characters, their struggles, their triumphs, all echoing the Christian narratives he has come to cherish. The stories of saints will soon dance alongside those of heroes, the divine woven into the fabric of human experience. The artist imagines the weight of the cross, the anguish of sacrifice, and he feels a shiver run down his spine, not from the cold but from the electric thrill of creation. Around him, the walls are silent witnesses to this transformation. Frescoes depicting the ascension of the soul and the Last Judgment will soon find their place amid the grandeur of Roman architecture. The curves of the colonnades and the arches will cradle the new teachings, their strength embracing the fragile nature of faith. In this world, the gilded backgrounds of Roman mosaics will shift, becoming the celestial heavens, and the vibrant colors will tell stories of hope and redemption rather than conquest and dominion. As the artist works, visions of the ancient city come alive, processions of worshippers, the scent of incense wafting through the air, the murmur of prayers rising to the heavens. The imagery that spills from his brush will not only capture these moments but will transform them. The figures will speak not of earthly power but of heavenly grace, their expressions reflecting the profound journey from despair to salvation. Each stroke is a heartbeat, each color a whisper of the divine. The artist knows he stands at a crossroads. He can feel the weight of history pressing upon him, the legacies of those who came before. The Romans, with their gods and their might, crafted a lens through which the world once viewed itself. Yet now, the very same artistry can give rise to a new vision, one that will transcend the earthly realm. He envisions the martyrdom of saints surrounded by halos of shimmering gold, their pain transformed into a narrative of strength and resilience. The tales of the Roman gods, once revered, will fade into the background, overshadowed by the compelling stories of sacrifice and love that Christianity offers. As dusk deepens into night, the flickering candles cast dancing shadows across his work. Each flicker mirrors the tension within him, fear of the unknown yet exhilaration over the possibilities. The Roman influence will not disappear. It will be repurposed, reshaped, and renewed. With every brushstroke, the artist envisions a world where the majesty of the Roman past complements the humble grace of the Christian present. The motifs of victory and glory will find resonance in stories of redemption and grace, bridging the gap between two eras. He can almost hear the whispers of the past, the chants of worshippers echoing through the grand basilicas to come, the soft prayers that will fill the air with a new type of reverence. What will emerge from his canvas is more than just art. It will be a testament to the faith that ignited a movement, a legacy that would ripple through generations. The young artist realizes he is not merely painting a scene. He is capturing the essence of a revolution, an intricate dance between the sacred and the profane, the earthly and the divine. Every figure on the canvas will embody that struggle, that intertwining of two worlds. As he adds the last details, he feels the weight of expectation settle upon him. Will his work resonate? Will it find a place in the hearts of those who will gaze upon it in the years to come? In the depths of his soul, he understands that he is not just creating art. He is channeling an entire history of belief, a legacy that will echo through the ages, inspiring countless others to see the divine in the ordinary, to find hope in despair, and to embrace love in the face of suffering. The young artist puts down his brush, stepping back to behold his creation, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. He feels joy and apprehension, pride and vulnerability. As he takes it all in, the world outside may remain unchanged, yet inside him a new vision has been born, one that will redefine the relationship between art and faith. The flickering candlelight casts one last golden glow upon his work, and he smiles, knowing that this is just the beginning of a much larger story unfolding. The air was thick with tension, A palpable silence hanging over the crowd gathered on the banks of the river Styx. Shadows danced like whispers under the pale moonlight, casting an ethereal glow on the waters that separated the living from the dead. Charon, the grim ferryman, waited patiently. He had seen countless souls cross this river, but none like Orpheus. The son of Apollo, his lyre was famed for its haunting melodies that could charm even the most stone-hearted creatures. Yet, tonight he was not here for mere melodies. He was here for love, a love powerful enough to challenge the very laws of the universe. Orpheus stepped forward, his heart pounding like a drum echoing in the stillness. Eurydice, his beloved, lingered just beyond the reach of the living, swallowed by darkness and despair. She had been taken too soon, bitten by a serpent in the bloom of life. The grief was still fresh, a raw wound that bled through his soul. Every note he played for her was laced with sorrow, every chord a desperate plea for her return. As he approached Charon, the weight of his loss hung heavy. The ferryman's eyes, ancient and weary, pierced through him, as if weighing the enormity of Orpheus's intentions. "Do you seek the dead?" Charon asked, his voice gravelly and cold, yet somehow echoing with an understanding that only the keeper of souls could possess. "I do," Orpheus replied, his voice steady yet trembling with emotion. "For love knows no bounds, not even death itself." With a flash of coins, he paid for passage, his fingers brushing against the cold metal, a stark reminder of the price of hope. As the boat glided through the murky waters, Orpheus's heart raced with anticipation and dread. The haunting sound of the lyre drifted through the air like a siren's call, summoning memories of joy and laughter shared with Eurydice. Each note he played sent ripples across the water, stirring echoes of the past, pulling him deeper into the shadows of the underworld. The realm of the dead was a land of contrasts, an eerie beauty that thrummed with lost souls. Here, the landscape was painted with shades of sorrow. Ghostly figures drifted aimlessly, their faces a mirror of Orpheus's own grief. It was a place where hope felt like a distant dream, yet his heart clung to the faintest glimmer. Finally, he reached the gates of Hades. The towering entrance loomed like the mouth of a great beast, adorned with the gnarled ivy of despair. The air thickened, laden with the cries of the forgotten. Hades, the ruler of this dark domain, awaited him, curious about the audacity that had brought a mortal to his threshold. "Why do you disturb my realm?" Hades demanded, his voice echoing like thunder. His eyes, cold as the stones of the underworld, bore into Orpheus, challenging his resolve. "I seek Eurydice," Orpheus declared, his voice steady, filled with an unwavering love. "I will trade my music for her life. Let me take her back to the world above." Hades, intrigued yet cautious, stroked his dark beard. Few dare to ask for such a thing. Yet, love can be a powerful force. "If you can charm me with your music, I may grant you your wish." With a deep breath, Orpheus lifted his lyre, allowing the strings to sing a melody that resonated with every broken piece of his heart. The music flowed like a river, rich and full, capturing the essence of life, loss, and longing. It echoed through the halls of the underworld, weaving through the shadows, pulling at the heartstrings of everyone who heard. Even the souls, who had long forgotten the sweetness of joy, turned to listen. Hades, too, was captivated. The music spoke of love so profound that it could bridge the chasm of death, and for the briefest of moments, even the lord of the underworld felt the warmth of its glow. "Enough," Hades finally said, his voice softer than before. "You may take Eurydice back, but heed this warning. She will follow you, but you must not look back until you have crossed the threshold of the living. Should you dare to glance, she will be lost to you forever." With a heart full of hope and fear, Orpheus nodded, and Hades summoned Eurydice from the shadows. As she stepped into the dim light, Orpheus could hardly breathe. She was as beautiful as he remembered, yet the sadness in her eyes mirrored his own. "Orpheus," she whispered, her voice carrying the weight of the world. "Is it truly you?" "Yes, my love," he managed to say, fighting against the swell of emotions. They began to walk, Eurydice just a step behind him, her presence igniting a flicker of light in the darkness that had consumed him for far too long. Each step felt like a victory, yet the fear of failure loomed large. Orpheus could feel her essence, a tether that connected their souls. Yet the nagging dread of looking back loomed like a storm on the horizon. They moved through the murky landscape, and as they approached the light of the living, Orpheus's heart raced with the thought of freedom. But with every step, doubt tugged at him. He could feel her presence, the warmth of her being, and the urge to turn around was overwhelming. The final threshold was near, and with it, the ultimate test of his love. Would he succeed in bringing her back, or would the fates conspire to keep them apart once more? Just as they reached the mouth of the cave that led back to the world above, the weight of their shared silence became suffocating. Orpheus's heart thudded in his chest, each beat a reminder of what he might lose. The light shimmered ahead, a beacon of hope, and in that moment of triumph, a single thought shattered the fragile bond between them. In a heartbeat, he turned, eyes wide with desperation. "Eurydice," he called, longing to see her face illuminated by the sun once more. But in doing so, he sealed their fate. The moment his gaze met hers, the world shifted. Time stilled as her form began to dissolve into mist. The light of hope extinguished in an instant. Orpheus's heart shattered, the echo of his love crashing against the rocks of reality. He reached out, desperate to grasp what he had lost, but it was too late. Eurydice vanished, leaving only the haunting memory of her presence behind. The pain was unbearable, a wound that would never heal. He fell to his knees, the underworld closing in around him, the shadows mocking his failed quest. In his heart, he still felt her warmth, the beloved echo of a love that transcended even death, and yet he was left in a realm of eternal darkness, his music now a requiem for what could have been. And in that moment, the lines between life and death blurred once again, leaving only the questions that would linger in the air, heavy with longing. Would he find the strength to face the darkness, or would he remain trapped in this cycle of grief? Orpheus, now a wanderer in a land devoid of the light of love, stood alone. Yet hope flickered in the shadows, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. In the flickering shadows of candlelight, a weary scribe hunched over a battered parchment, his quill scratching furiously against the surface. The room was thick with the scent of ink and wax, the air heavy with the weight of stories long told and battles fought in the name of gods. Outside, the distant clamor of the city faded into the background as he poured his heart into the transformation of tales that had shaped a world. It was here, in this stillness, that Roman myths began to shed their skins, morphing into something hauntingly new. The tales of Jupiter, Neptune, and Venus, once celebrated in grand temples, were now whispered in dark corners, their power waning as a new faith rose to prominence. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a fierce hunger ignited within the scribe. He could feel the history of Rome pulsing around him, the triumphs and tragedies, the laughter and the blood. The stories of gods who ruled with iron fists were about to be rewritten, reshaped by the hands of men who sought salvation rather than supremacy. In the flickering candlelight, the scribe's hand trembled, recalling how the Romans once worshipped gods who reveled in human misfortune, their capriciousness mirrored in the chaos of the world. Neptune's fury had drowned ships, while Mars reveled in the clashing of swords. Yet now, these tales were being softened, transformed under the gentle hand of compassion that Christianity preached. The scribe envisioned a world where the terrible gods of old were metamorphosed into symbols of the trials faced by humanity. The tragedy of Prometheus, once a tale of punishment for defiance, now echoed the story of Christ, a figure of sacrifice who bore the weight of all suffering. The moon cast a pale glow through the window, illuminating the scribe's trembling fingers as he wrote. He was haunted by the figure of Aeneas, the Trojan hero whose piety led him to found Rome. Yet, in this new narrative, Aeneas's journey would not be one of glory, but of humility. His encounters would be less about conquest and more about faith, echoing the teachings of Christ, reminders that true strength lay in the heart, not the sword. The gods had once demanded blood, but now, a new story emerged, one of forgiveness and redemption, echoing through the ages. As the ink dried, the scribe's heart raced, consumed by the emotional weight of his task. He thought of the people who had believed in the myths, who had found comfort in the rituals of sacrifice, now confronted by a new truth. The transformation was not just in words. It was a seismic shift in the very fabric of society. The old pantheon was crumbling, while the figure of Christ rose with every stroke of the quill. He could almost hear the whispers of the past, echoes of prayers once offered to the gods, now turning towards a singular beacon of hope. It was a time of tension, the air crackling with unspoken fears as the old ways clashed with the new. Images of emperors, proud and unbending, flickered through his mind. They had once demanded adoration, yet now, their legacy was being rewritten. The scribe felt a shiver run down his spine as he imagined the faces of those who would read his words, thrilled, terrified, captivated by the transformation of the divine into the relatable. Could the world truly turn from the gods of Olympus to the humble carpenter of Nazareth? Yet, the scribe's heart sank when he thought of the consequences. The myths were not merely stories. They were lifeblood to a civilization. The gods offered answers, solutions to the chaos of existence. What would happen when they were replaced by a single god who demanded not just reverence, but a total surrender? A transformation that would leave many adrift, searching for meaning in a world turned upside down. He felt the weight of his quill, the power it held to shape belief, to ignite revolutions of thought. As the ink flowed into words, the scribe envisioned the vast amphitheaters where applause once thundered as gladiators fought for glory. The stories of heroes were being eclipsed by a new narrative of humility and grace. The image of Hercules, the epitome of strength, would be softened and transformed into one of vulnerability. Applying the lessons of Christ, he imagined Hercules not just as a slayer of beasts but as a protector of the weak, a champion who fought not for fame but for love. A sudden draft surged through the room, sending shivers coursing through him. The stories of vengeance and might would make way for tales of mercy and kindness. He could feel the tension rising, the emotional tumult swirling around him. Would anyone accept this new vision? Would they embrace the transformation? Or would they cling to the familiar? The gods of old were slipping away, yet their shadows loomed large in the hearts of the devoted. Each stroke of the quill felt like a battle against the very essence of tradition. He poured his fears into the parchment, weaving in the tears of those who had loved the old gods with fervor. He imagined how their faces would twist in disbelief at such radical shifts, their hearts gripped by nostalgia for the familiar rituals that had once provided comfort amidst chaos. The thought of the temples falling silent sent a wave of despair washing over him. Yet there was also a flicker of hope. The stories could be reborn, transformed into something profoundly beautiful and deeply resonant. The scribe saw a future where the old myths became metaphorical vessels, carrying forth the core values of love, sacrifice, and unity. He envisioned a world where the spirit of Venus would find its echo in Mary, the mother figure who nurtured faith, where the tragedies of the past could lead to a more compassionate present. In the thickening darkness, the candle flickered, illuminating a path forward, fraught with uncertainty, yet echoing with the promise of something new. The transformation was underway, steeped in emotion, driven by the timeless longing for meaning amidst the ever-changing tides of belief. And as the scribe leaned closer, the ink still wet, he could feel the weight of history shifting beneath his fingertips, urging him onward into the night. In the flickering shadows of ancient Rome, where the air crackled with whispers of fate and destiny, a figure shrouded in mystery stood before a gathering crowd. Her name was Sibyl, a voice that seemed to rise from the very earth itself, echoing with the weight of time. The people leaned in, hearts pounding, as she foretold calamities and triumphs, her eyes aflame with a knowledge that transcended the mundane. In that moment, prophecy was not just a word. It was a living, breathing entity, and the air around them thickened with anticipation. The Roman Sibyls, enigmatic women who roamed the crumbling temples and bustling streets of the empire, held an intimate connection with the divine. They spoke in riddles and verses, their words draped in the fabric of the future. Their prophecies, recorded in sacred texts, were sought after by emperors and commoners alike. With each utterance, they wove the threads of human emotion, fear, hope, despair, and joy into a tapestry of destiny. The Sibyls saw beyond the veil of time, their visions a beacon in an ever-changing world. Yet, as the Roman Empire flourished, so too did the shadows of doubt. With more voices vying for attention, the clarity of prophecy became murky. But amid this chaos, a singular thread emerged: the burgeoning Christian prophetic tradition. It was a time when whispers of a new faith stirred the hearts of many, challenging the long-accepted narratives that had governed their lives for centuries. The Christians, armed with their own prophecies, found strength in the words of their sacred texts, believing wholeheartedly in the promise of salvation and the coming of a Messiah. In synagogues and hidden gatherings, fervent believers recited scriptures, their voices rising like an anthem of hope. They spoke of the return of Christ, the fulfillment of ancient prophecies, and the restoration of a world marred by sin. The air pulsed with an electric fervor, as if the very fabric of reality was shifting to accommodate their dreams. The Sibyls' prophecies began to intertwine with these new visions, their words echoing through the halls of history, crossing boundaries and generations. A chilling unease settled over Rome as the followers of this new faith dared to challenge the status quo. The Sibyls, once the revered oracles of the Roman pantheon, now stood at a crossroads, their voices drowned out by the fervent cries of a people yearning for change. Some embraced the Christian message, finding solace in its promise of renewal. Others resisted fiercely, clinging to the old ways, their hearts heavy with the weight of tradition. The clash of these two worlds was palpable, crackling in the air like a summer storm. One Sibyl, in particular, captured the imagination of the emerging Christian community. She was known as the Sibyl of Cumae, revered for her haunting prophecies that echoed through time. Her verses spoke not just of doom, but of a light that would rise out of darkness, a savior who would come to redeem the world. The Christians seized her words, intertwining them with their own beliefs, infusing them with a newfound fervor. The once distant echoes of prophecy became a rallying cry, igniting hearts and minds. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient hills, the two traditions danced around each other, their paths converging and diverging with dizzying speed. The Sibyls, now a curious blend of ancient wisdom and emerging faith, found their once singular voices harmonizing with new tunes. The prophetic tradition was reshaped, molded by the hands of history and belief. The tension was electric, a taut string ready to snap, with both sides waiting for the other to make a move. In a hidden chamber beneath a crumbling temple, a flickering torch illuminated the faces of a small group of believers. Here, fervent prayers filled the air, mingling with the distant sounds of the city above. Among them, a young woman with fiery red hair held a scroll in her hands, her heart racing as she read the words of the Sibyl of Cumae. "The one who shall come will bring tidings of great joy," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. The others around her nodded, their faces a mix of fear and hope, as they clung to the promise of a better tomorrow. Outside, the streets were alive with the vibrancy of the city, yet a tension simmered beneath the surface. The Roman authorities, threatened by the rise of this new fervor, began to seek out the Christians, their fingers tightening around the reins of power. The Sibyls, caught in the crossfire, found themselves in a precarious position, their ancient voices ringing with both warning and hope. The prophecies of old began to resonate anew, carrying with them the weight of possibility. As the tensions escalated, a sense of urgency gripped the air. Visions of martyrdom hung like a dark cloud over the faithful, yet amidst the fear, a spark of bravery ignited. The prophetic tradition, once fragmented, began to unify, merging the ancient wisdom of the Sibyls with the fervent desires of the Christians. Their words intertwined like ivy on a crumbling wall, accessible to the common man, a testament to the power of belief and resilience. And thus, the stage was set for an epic confrontation between the old and the new. Prophecy, a force that had once shaped the destiny of empires, now carved a new path through the hearts of those who dared to listen. The echoes of ancient sibyls intertwined with the passionate cries of a nascent faith, creating a symphony of hope and uncertainty that would ripple through the ages. The air shimmered with possibility, as if the very fabric of time held its breath, waiting for a single moment to change everything. In the distance, a storm began to gather, dark clouds swirling above the city. The air grew thick with anticipation, each heartbeat resonating with a deeper truth. The prophecies of old and the promises of the new converged, their destinies inexorably intertwined. A clash was imminent, one that would redefine the nature of prophecy itself, casting ripples far beyond the shores of Rome, echoing into the hearts of generations yet to come. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the bustling streets of ancient Rome, the air crackled with anticipation. People gathered, their hearts thrumming with excitement, as word spread of the grand triumph soon to unfold. The scent of incense mingled with roasted meat, while laughter and shouts erupted from the crowd, a vibrant tapestry of life woven together in a moment of shared joy and admiration. Here, against the backdrop of mighty columns and ornate statues, the symbols of victory would soon take center stage. The cross and the laurel, intertwined in a story that would echo through the ages. The triumphal procession was a spectacle unlike any other. A victorious general, adorned in resplendent armor and a flowing toga, rode through the streets, a living embodiment of Rome's might. His face, painted with the fierce pride of a conqueror, glinted in the sunlight as he held aloft a golden laurel wreath, fresh and green, its leaves a promise of peace and prosperity. This sacred crown, a symbol of victory bestowed upon the champions of Rome, spoke of battles fought and won, of lives given and taken in the name of glory. Yet, the laurel was not merely a symbol of triumph. It whispered of the fragility of success, a reminder that even the mightiest could falter. The story of the cross, woven into the fabric of the triumph, added layers of complexity to this tale of victory. For the cross was not just a symbol of suffering and sacrifice. It represented the burdens that come with glory, the weight of expectations, the price of ambition. These would often rest heavy on the shoulders of the proud. As the procession moved forward, the crowd roared, their voices rising like a wave, crashing against the stone walls of the great city. Children clutched their parents' hands, wide-eyed with wonder, while soldiers stood tall, their armor gleaming as they saluted their leader. All eyes were drawn to the general, who now held the laurel wreath above his head. And in that moment, time seemed to stretch. The cheers mingled with a palpable tension, filled with both adoration and the faintest hint of envy. The laurel, a gift from the gods, signified not just victory in battle, but also the respect and reverence of the people. It was a reminder that triumph was fleeting, that one could easily fall from grace. The general's heart raced, for he knew the fickleness of fortune. He could almost hear the whispers of the past, the stories of those who had tasted glory only to find themselves cast down, their laurel leaves withering as quickly as they had flourished. Each cheer felt like a fleeting kiss of love, and with it came the shadow of doubt. As the procession approached the temple of Jupiter, the weight of expectation grew heavier. In this sacred place, the general would offer thanks for his victory and seek favor for future endeavors. The cross, draped delicately over one shoulder, served as both a burden and a badge of honor. It was a symbol of the trials endured, a mark of the sacrifices made along the path to greatness. The people revered this symbol, yet there was an undercurrent of unease, a recognition that triumph came at a cost. Beneath the dazzling display of glory, darker memories lurked in the corners of the general's mind. He could not forget the fallen soldiers, the lives lost in the chaos of battle. The cross weighed heavier with each passing moment, a constant reminder that victory was often bathed in sorrow. With the laurel wreath in hand, the general felt the pain of those who had marched alongside him, men who would never return to taste the fruits of victory. Suddenly, a hush fell over the crowd as they reached the temple steps. The general dismounted, his heart pounding in his chest like a war drum. As he ascended the steps, he raised the laurel wreath high, the leaves catching the last rays of the setting sun. A breathless silence engulfed the gathering. In that moment, The general was both a hero and a man burdened by the weight of his actions. Every cheer felt like a dagger aimed at his conscience, and he struggled to reconcile the jubilation with the shadows that lingered in his heart. The high priest awaited him at the temple's entrance, adorned in flowing robes and a crown of laurel leaves that spoke of divine favor. The priest's eyes held a depth of understanding, a recognition of the duality of triumph and sacrifice. As the general knelt before the altar, his mind raced with thoughts of those who had fought bravely by his side, their faces flickering like candles in the dark. The laurel was a sweet blessing, but the cross served as a reminder, a testament to the lives intertwined in the tapestry of victory. The ritual began, and the air crackled with sacred energy. The priest's voice echoed against the temple walls, weaving a spell of reverence and fear. He spoke of the gods, the virtues of honor and bravery, but also of the price of ambition. The crowd watched in awe, their breaths held in anticipation, sensing the weight of history in this moment. As incense wafted through the air, the general felt the tension build within. The cross, resting against his shoulder, seemed to pulse with a life of its own. He could sense the gazes of the crowd, their adoration mingling with the weight of expectation. The laurel wreath, still held high, felt like a crown forged in fire, a testament to both his triumphs and his burdens. In this sacred space, he understood that glory was a fragile thing, easily lost in the winds of fate. With each word spoken by the priest, the boundary between victory and sacrifice blurred. The general's heart raced, caught in a storm of emotion. He realized the laurel would shine brightly in the eyes of the people, but the cross would forever remind him of the cost of his journey. He was both a conqueror and a man marked by the scars of his choices, a paradox wrapped in the garments of glory. The ceremony reached its crescendo, and the moment hung in the air like a fragile dream. The people erupted in a deafening cheer as the general stepped forward, ready to fulfill the expectations placed upon him. The laurel wreath glimmered in the fading light, while the cross remained a silent companion, echoing the unspoken truths of glory and sacrifice. And as night began to fall over the city of 7 hills, the intricate dance of life, loss, and legacy continued, intertwining like the leaves of the laurel wreath that crowned the victors of Rome. In the flickering shadows of ancient Rome, amidst the pillars that held up the heavens, whispers of gods and heroes danced like fireflies in the twilight. The air was thick with the scent of incense and the murmurs of moral tales, where every story shared among the people held a lesson buried deeper than the cobblestones beneath their feet. Here, in a land where myth intertwined with daily life, ethics did not merely exist in textbooks. They thrummed with the pulse of existence, teaching virtues of courage, honor, and the weight of choices. In the grand forum, crowds gathered, their faces illuminated by the fading sun, to listen to the tales of Aeneas, who braved storms and monsters to fulfill his destiny. His journey spoke not just of adventures but of duty and sacrifice, reminding the listeners of the societal bonds that tied them all together. As they leaned in, hearts racing, they learned that true heroism was not merely in triumph but in the relentless pursuit of one's responsibilities, a lesson that echoed through the ages, even as Christianity began to take root in the empire. The tension thickened in the air as the stories turned darker. The tragic fate of Lucretia, a woman driven to despair by betrayal, resonated among the crowd like a thunderclap. Her story, a powerful testimony of virtue tarnished, ignited discussions of honor, shame, and the brutal consequences of moral decay. It was a reminder that choices come with heavy prices, and the weight of one's decisions could ripple through generations. In the dim light of the evening, the audience shuddered, feeling the sharp edges of her sacrifice cut through their own lives. How much could they bear? Would they stand for honor, or would they crumble under the weight of their own desires? As these myths unfolded, themes of justice and vengeance emerged, weaving a complex tapestry of morality that was as rich as the fabric of Roman society itself. The myth of Orestes stood out like a chilling specter, his fate sealed by the cycle of blood for blood that haunted his family. The crowd gasped as the tale twisted, illustrating that revenge could become a curse, leading to madness and despair. It sent shivers down their spines, whispering warnings about the perils of unchecked rage. A lesson that found new life in the teachings of early Christians, who preached forgiveness and the sanctity of life. Yet, amidst these tales of sorrow and struggle, the seeds of Christian teachings began to take root, intertwining with the ancient myths. The parables of Christ, of the Good Samaritan, the prodigal son, and the Last Judgment, sowed hope into the hearts of the people. The contrast was striking. Where Roman myths often ended in bloodshed and vengeance, the new stories offered redemption, compassion, and the promise of eternal life. In the flickering light of oil lamps, the air crackled with anticipation as the crowds debated the conflicts of their beliefs. Could they reconcile the fierce loyalty demanded by their ancient myths with the gentle call for love and forgiveness? The tension in the voices grew louder, a cacophony of doubt and longing. Some argued passionately for the old ways, their voices rising like the flames of a bonfire, while others whispered in hushed tones about the grace that could be found in turning the other cheek. The mingling of old and new created a charged atmosphere, as if the very gods themselves were lingering, eager to see which path the people would ultimately embrace. The stories of Jupiter, the king of the gods, and his numerous affairs were recounted with a mix of awe and disdain. They spoke of power and lust, but also of the consequences that such actions incurred. The lessons of loyalty and betrayal echoed through the ages, drawing parallels with the moral tenets of Christian teachings that emphasized fidelity and love. It was a vivid tapestry woven with threads of pleasure and pain, leaving the audience breathless, caught between the allure of ancient power and the serene grace of emerging faith. As the night deepened, the myths began to evolve in the minds of the listeners. They no longer saw mere stories. They felt the pulse of their own lives reflected in the tales. The echoes of their heroes' choices danced around them like phantoms, urging them to confront their own moral dilemmas. How could they navigate a world steeped in tradition while forging ahead into uncharted territory? Each tale hung heavy in the air, filled with longing, regret, and the hope of redemption. The story of Persephone, abducted by Hades, wove a haunting thread through the crowd, capturing their hearts. Her descent into the underworld and subsequent return symbolized loss and renewal, a cycle they could relate to in their own lives. The seasons mirrored their struggles, darkness giving way to light, despair blossoming into hope. Each listener felt the cold grip of winter's chill, yet yearned for the warmth of spring. It was a call to embrace the cycles of life, to understand that even amidst suffering, beauty could emerge. In the final moments of the evening, the air was electric, charged with an unspoken agreement among the crowd. They found themselves standing at a crossroads where the ancient and the new intertwined. The myths, with their ethics so ingrained in the fabric of their society, offered a foundation upon which the teachings of Christ could build. Each person left with a sense of purpose, their hearts a mix of fear and hope, knowing they carried the weight of these stories with them, ready to face the world that awaited outside those sacred walls. As they stepped into the cool embrace of night, the echoes of their ancestors remained, a chorus of voices urging them forward, guiding their moral compass as they journeyed into a future that was yet to be written. The veils of myth and truth danced together in the night air, beckoning them to weave their own stories, to shape their destinies with the lessons gleaned from both the gods of old and the teachings of the new faith. And as they walked, the stories of Aeneas, Lucretia, Orestes, and others joined the whispers of their own lives, creating a narrative that would endure, resonating through time like a heartbeat that would never fade. In the flickering light of torches, the air thick with smoke and incense, a crowd gathered, their faces illuminated with a mixture of dread and anticipation. The rhythmic beating of drums filled the air, sending vibrations through the stone streets of ancient Rome. Sacrifice was about to unfold, a moment drenched in tension, a ritual that held the weight of centuries in its grasp. The blood of animals spilled on sacred altars, a haunting echo of a deeper truth that would soon resonate across time and history. The priests, clad in garments of white and crimson, moved with precision and purpose, their voices rising in chants that intertwined with the murmur of the crowd. They were conduits of the divine, mediators between the earthly realm and the gods they fervently worshipped. Each sacrifice was a plea for mercy, a cry for favor, and an acknowledgement of the fragility of life. Among the throng of eager spectators, young children clutched their parents' hands, eyes wide with the intoxicating mix of fear and wonder at the sacred spectacle about to unfold. In this world, sacrifice was not merely an act. It was a lifeline to hope. The Romans, with their pantheon of gods, believed that without the offering of life, the balance of existence could tip into chaos. A bull, strong and majestic, was led to the altar, a symbol of strength and fertility. It sensed the tension in the air, its powerful heart racing in response to the primal energy surrounding it. As the priests raised their knives, the crowd held its breath, eyes locked on the scene before them. What lay ahead, entwined in the threads of fate, was a moment that would shatter expectations, a sacrifice that would transcend the rituals of Rome. This was not just about appeasing the gods. It was about the sacrifice of something greater, a promise that echoed through the ages, encapsulated in the passion of Christ. The moment when heaven met earth, and the divine became human in the most profound act of love. In the shadows of the Roman Empire, the story of Jesus unfolded, a narrative that would resonate with the heartbeats of millions. His life was a tapestry woven with compassion, healing, and a message that shattered the norm. The religious leaders and Roman authorities saw him not as a prophet but as a threat. Their power at stake, they conspired to silence his voice, to extinguish the light that illuminated the hearts of the lost and broken. As the trials unfolded, betrayal hung in the air like a thick fog. Judas, a friend turned foe, exchanged a kiss for silver. The weight of his actions pressed heavily upon him, yet the pull of greed drowned out the whispers of conscience. In the dim candlelight of the garden, Jesus knelt in prayer, his heart heavy with the knowledge of what lay ahead. He was a man torn between the love for his people and the sacrifice that would come to define him. The nails that would pierce his skin were more than just metal. They represented the collective sin of humanity. Each strike echoed through the centuries, a symphony of pain and redemption that would ring in the hearts of generations. The Roman soldiers, hardened by war and duty, had no idea that they were part of a divine drama that would leave an indelible mark on history. They mocked him, laughed at his claims, yet beneath their armor lay the seeds of belief waiting to bloom. As Jesus hung on the cross, the sky was painted with shades of gray, darkness enveloping the land. The earth trembled beneath him, a physical manifestation of the cosmic struggle between despair and hope. His final words, "It is finished," resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating through the very fabric of existence. This was the ultimate sacrifice, one that would change the course of humanity forever. In the aftermath, the Roman world witnessed a shift, a newfound understanding of sacrifice that transcended the blood of goats and bulls. The Passion of Christ became the cornerstone of faith, a divine act that called for more than just ritualistic offerings. It beckoned the hearts of men to give of themselves, to love unconditionally, and to recognize that true sacrifice often meant laying down one's life for another. The early Christians, inspired by this profound act, began to gather in secret, their hearts ablaze with the message of hope. They shared stories of Jesus' life, his miracles, and ultimately his sacrifice. The power of his love drew them together, binding them as a community. They understood that sacrifice was not just about death. It was about living for others, serving the marginalized, and embracing the inherent worth of every individual. Through the trials and tribulations of a burgeoning faith, the echoes of Roman rituals lingered in the hearts of believers, a reminder of the sacrifices past. They carried forward the importance of giving, not for the sake of appeasing gods, but as a reflection of the divine love that had been poured out on the cross. In this new world, each act of kindness became a tribute, each moment of selflessness a tiny flicker of the transformative love that had once taken shape in the flesh. As they gathered around tables, breaking bread and sharing wine, they remembered the ultimate sacrifice, an offering that had changed everything. The bread symbolized his body, the wine his blood. Each meal became a sacred ritual, a reminder of the love that knew no bounds, an invitation to participate in a story that continued to unfold with each passing day. In the shadows of history, the threads of sacrifice intertwined with the fabric of humanity, echoing forward through time. The heart of a nation, once defined by offerings to the gods, now beat with the rhythm of love, compassion, and a belief that sacrifice was the gateway to redemption. As believers faced persecution and trials, they clung to the promise that through suffering came strength, and through love, they would find their way home. The flickering torches of that ancient night still burned bright in the hearts of those who sought meaning beyond the rituals. They understood that the importance of sacrifice was not confined to the past but lived on in the choices they made every day. And as the sun began to rise on a new dawn, the cycle of sacrifice continued, weaving its way through the lives of those who dared to love fiercely and live boldly, forever entwined in the grand narrative of existence. In the quiet of a moonlit night, as shadows danced among ancient ruins, one could almost hear the whispers of gods and mortals alike. The air felt thick with the weight of stories untold, stories that shaped worlds and molded destinies. Roman cosmology, with all its intricate myths, stood as a testament to the grandiosity of creation and destruction, shimmering like a mirage against the backdrop of time. Yet, in stark contrast, Christian theology emerged, a beacon of hope and resurrection, casting ripples across the fabric of existence. The Romans believed in the powerful forces of nature, gods who wielded their might with both elegance and ferocity. In the beginning, there was chaos, a void teeming with potential. From this swirling nothingness, the earth emerged, cradled by the hands of mighty deities. The sky, a vast expanse, was shaped by the strokes of divine will. Gaia, the living world, took form, with mountains that reached for the heavens and oceans that roared with fury. The Roman myth of creation didn't just stop at the birth of the earth. It flowed into tales of gods who sculpted humanity. Prometheus, the bringer of fire, dared to defy Zeus, stealing flames from Olympus to breathe life into clay figures. His act of rebellion ignited a spark not just in the hearts of mortals but within the very cosmos itself. It was a moment of pure defiance that echoed through the ages, even as it whispered of inevitable punishment. Can you feel the chill that swept through the universe when Prometheus was bound to the rock, an eagle gnawing at his liver for eternity? The Romans understood the delicate balance of creation and destruction, where every act of creation carried within it the seeds of its own undoing. The story of humanity began not with joy, but with suffering, a constant reminder that the gods were capricious, their blessings often intertwined with curses. Then, emerging from the shadows of Roman thought, the early Christians painted a different picture of the cosmos. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The stark simplicity of this proclamation sent shivers down the spines of believers. Here, creation was born from intention, a deliberate act of love rather than chaotic fury. Light pierced darkness, and life blossomed, a vivid tapestry woven by divine hands. But with creation came the weight of sin, a profound darkness that threatened to envelop the world. The narrative twisted into tales of sacrifice and redemption, where the figure of Christ shone like a beacon against the backdrop of human despair. The crucifixion, a moment suspended in time, resonated with emotions that transcended the ages. The ultimate act of love was sealed with blood, a heart-wrenching reminder that even in destruction, hope flickered like a fragile flame. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the clash of these two worlds became palpable. The Roman pantheon, a cacophony of divine beings, stood in stark contrast to the singularity of the Christian God. Jupiter, with his thunderbolts and authority, ruled the skies, while Christ, gentle and merciful, walked among the people, healing and forgiving. Two narratives, each claiming dominion over creation, but one was rooted in power, the other in love. In the marketplace of ideas, these myths battled fiercely for hearts and minds. The Romans, with their elaborate rituals and grand temples, worshipped a constellation of deities, seeking favor through sacrifice and devotion. Yet, as the whispers of Christianity spread like wildfire, the very foundation of Roman belief began to tremble. The promise of eternal life, a stark contrast to the fleeting pleasures of the Roman gods, pulled at the very essence of the human spirit. The emotions ran high as the early Christians gathered in secret, their hearts pounding in unison, sharing the stories of their faith in hushed tones. They embraced the mystery of resurrection, a promise that life could spring forth even from the cold grip of death. It was a radical belief that ignited fervor and hope, piercing through the despair that had settled in the hearts of many. Yet even as hope blossomed, the specter of destruction loomed large. The fall of Rome mirrored the ancient tales of gods succumbing to chaos. The once mighty empire crumbled under the weight of its contradictions, the very fabric of its existence fraying at the edges. The myths of creation turned into cautionary tales of hubris and despair. The gods, once revered, became mere shadows in the annals of history, their stories fading against the backdrop of a new, rising faith. But the struggle between creation and destruction never truly ended. As the new order took root, echoes of Roman cosmology lingered, intertwining with Christian theology in a tapestry of belief. The duality of existence, creation and destruction, love and fear, formed the very essence of human experience. What would the world look like if both narratives could coexist? Would the flames of Prometheus's rebellion ignite a new understanding of sacrifice in a world that often feared the unknown? Would the grace of Christ's love open a pathway to rediscover the beauty within destruction, rather than just despair? With each passing moment, the tension between these beliefs tightened, a gripping dance of emotions swirling through the hearts of men and women who sought to understand their place in the cosmos. The stories of gods and saviors intermingled, creating a rich tapestry of myths that defined civilizations. As the night wore on, the winds carried whispers of creation's promise and the haunting specter of destruction, each breath echoing with the weight of centuries. The dawn of a new belief was on the horizon, but the shadows of the past would not fade away easily. The stories were far from over. They lingered, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, where creation and destruction would clash once more in a timeless struggle for the soul of humanity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the streets of ancient Rome buzzed with laughter and excitement. The air was thick with the smell of roasted meats and sweet wine, mingling with the scent of pine and laurel. It was the season of Saturnalia, a festival that transformed the ordinary into the extraordinary, where masters became servants and rules melted away like snow under a warm sun. The festivities stretched far beyond mere indulgence. They were a celebration of life itself, a reminder of the joys that lay beneath the surface of everyday existence. Saturnalia, named after the agricultural god Saturn, was a time when the boundaries of society thinned. For a week, from December 17th through the 23rd, the world of Rome turned upside down. Streets filled with revelers dressed in colorful garments, some draped in garlands, others wearing the pointed hats of freed slaves. Laughter echoed through the marketplaces, and the very essence of freedom danced in the air. People exchanged gifts not as mere tokens but as symbols of goodwill. Candles flickered, illuminating the faces of friends and strangers alike, creating an atmosphere that felt almost magical. In those moments, time seemed to stand still, and joy poured into every heart. Families gathered around tables laden with food, sharing stories of old, their laughter mingling with the crackling fire. This spirit of togetherness found its way into the fabric of the holiday, weaving itself into the traditions that would, centuries later, emerge in a different form. As the night deepened, the chants and songs of the people rose, touching the very heavens, a call to the divine to bless the season of abundance. But beneath the merriment lay whispers of a deeper significance. Saturnalia wasn't merely a celebration. It was a momentary slice of freedom, a reflection on life's cyclical nature. People contemplated the year past, the hardships endured, and the hopes for the year to come. The festival served as a reminder that while life could be harsh, joy could still be found in the most unexpected places. Each act of generosity during the Saturnalia echoed the sentiment that no one should feel alone or forgotten. As the Romans reveled in this ancient tradition, seeds of those practices began to sprout in places far beyond the reach of the empire. The echoes of Saturnalia traveled through time, softly infiltrating the hearts of distant cultures. Fast forward to the early days of Christianity, when the followers of Christ sought to establish their own traditions. The challenge was monumental. How could they engage a world steeped in age-old customs? The answer lay in the joyous memories of Saturnalia. Christmas, with its celebration of hope and rebirth, found its footing in the echoes of that Roman festival. The date of December 25th, chosen to align with the solstice and the remnants of Saturnalia, became a canvas painted with familiar colors. The exchange of gifts, reminiscent of the offerings made during Saturnalia, became a central tenet of the new holiday. Families began to gather around their tables again, sharing meals and warmth, a scene reminiscent of those ancient feasts. The emotions of Saturnalia infused the air with a vibrant pulse, kindling the spirit of Christmas. The practice of lighting candles, once a nod to the festival of Saturn, transformed into a beacon of light symbolizing the coming of Christ, the light of the world. Trees adorned with ornaments became an extension of those ancient rituals, as evergreens, symbols of life enduring through winter, found their place not just in homes, but in the hearts of many. As the years rolled on, the impact of Saturnalia continued to shape the way Christmas was celebrated. The spirit of revelry, the joy of community, and the warmth of shared moments became interwoven into the tapestry of the holiday. Each carol sung and every feast laid out echoed the laughter of ancient Romans, their voices reverberating through the corridors of time. Even the traditions that seemed to depart from the original Saturnalia were tinged with its essence. The joyous Merry Christmas, shared between friends and strangers, alike carried the spirit of Saturnalia's carefree joy, reminding everyone of the human connection that transcends the barriers of time and culture. Yet, there remained a tension, a subtle tug-of-war between the sacred and the secular. As Christmas grew in prominence, the shadows of Saturnalia lingered, whispering of indulgence and revelry. Some traditionalists sought to separate the two, creating strict guidelines about how Christmas should be observed, while others embraced the festive chaos, allowing the echoes of Saturnalia to blend seamlessly into the Christmas spirit. This dance between old and new, between joy and reverence, painted the landscape of Christmas traditions in vivid colors. Each generation added its strokes, creating a masterpiece that celebrated light in the darkest of times. The laughter shared during Christmas gatherings held within it the remnants of laughter from Saturnalia. The gifts exchanged bore witness to the goodwill that flowed like wine during those ancient festivities. And through it all, the cycle continued. Each year, as December approached, hearts quickened with anticipation. The preparations began, not just as rituals but as acts of love. Each ornament hung, each cookie baked, each song sung echoed with the laughter and joy of those who had come before. The spirit of Saturnalia thrummed beneath it all, a reminder that the essence of celebration lies not in the details, but in the connections forged within the warmth of community. As the sun sets on the present, a flicker of candlelight dances in the window, beckoning all who pass by to remember the stories woven into this time of year. The roots of Saturnalia stretch deep into the earth, binding together fragments of history, culture, and emotion, creating a constellation of traditions that remind us, no matter how far we wander, we are never truly alone. This thread, rich and vibrant, continues to weave through lives, connecting the past to the present, the ancient to the modern, creating a tapestry of love, hope, and joy that transcends time itself. The night sky was an indigo canvas, speckled with shimmering stars that whispered secrets of ancient times. Beneath this celestial display, a young Roman stood at the edge of a bustling forum, his heart racing with the weight of the world. The air was thick with the scent of incense and the murmur of prayers, echoing the long-held belief that the gods watched over them. Yet, in the shadows of Roman temples, something else flickered, a presence that transcended the mortal coil. These were the angels, beings of light and purpose, woven into the very fabric of human fate, both in ancient Rome and the emerging Christian faith. In Roman society, angels were not the delicate, winged figures of later lore. They were messengers of the gods, intermediaries who carried divine tidings to humanity. The Romans revered them, casting them into the roles of guardians and guides, their ethereal forms often depicted alongside the gods in sculptures and mosaics. The young Roman, whom we can call Lucius, felt the weight of these celestial beings as he pondered his future. He was torn between the traditional pantheon of gods and the new whispers of Christianity that promised salvation and eternal life. Lucius's grandmother often spoke of the angelic presence, recounting tales of the messengers who delivered both blessings and warnings. "Do not forget, my child," she would say, her voice soft yet firm. "The angels walk among us, cloaked in shadows, waiting for the moment to illuminate our path." The idea filled Lucius with both fear and comfort. He imagined these winged figures, gliding silently through the night, their luminous wings brushing against the hearts of the faithful, igniting hope and fear in equal measure. As the sun dipped below the horizon, cloaking the forum in twilight, Lucius's thoughts turned to the stories of the angels of old. They were not mere messengers. They were warriors, protectors of their charges. The Roman god Mercury, often depicted with wings, was the ultimate messenger, darting between realms, delivering messages of fate and fortune. In his speed and agility, he embodied the very essence of communication between gods and humans. But as Christianity began to carve its place in the hearts of the people, the concept of angels would shift, embracing a more compassionate, guiding role. The first whispers of Christianity were like a gentle breeze, unsettling yet refreshing. With every tale of Christ's miracles, the idea of angels transformed, evolving from distant messengers to loving protectors. No longer were they just the swift wings of Mercury. They became the comforting presence of Gabriel, announcing the birth of a savior. Lucius felt a shiver run down his spine, for he knew that in this new faith, angels no longer held the distant air of gods, but emerged as relatable figures, intimately involved in the lives of believers. He was captivated by the stories of angels guiding lost souls, their soft voices urging the faithful to tread the righteous path. In this new narrative, they were not just thunderous beings wielding power. They were gentle whispers of hope, illuminating the darkest corners of despair. Lucius imagined them as guardians, wrapping themselves around the frightened and the lonely, offering solace when the weight of the world became too heavy to bear. His heart swelled with longing, a yearning for that connection, for a guiding light in the chaos of life. But amid the tales of comfort, shadows lingered. The old Roman beliefs did not fade quietly. The transition was tumultuous, fraught with tension between the old gods and the new belief in angels as divine protectors. In the flickering light of torches, discussions rose and fell like the tide, filled with doubt and fear. The Romans, steeped in centuries of tradition, found it hard to relinquish their gods and embrace the idea of a single, all-powerful deity whose angels roamed freely among them. Lucius felt the conflict within him, echoing the larger struggle of his people. He watched as some turned their backs on the old ways, while others clung fiercely to the belief that the gods were watching, always ready to intervene. The streets buzzed with conversations, hope mingling with fear. Would the angels be enough? Would they shield the faithful from the wrath of the gods they had forsaken? In those moments, Lucius realized that the angels had become more than just messengers. They were the embodiment of hope, plunging into the chaos of human existence, urging people toward faith, love, and redemption. And so, one fateful night, the young Roman found himself at the threshold of a new belief, torn between the rich tapestry of Roman mythology and the emerging tales of Christian angels. The air buzzed with electricity, thick with the promise of change, each breath an echo of generations past. He felt the presence of those luminous beings, hovering gently in the warmth of the flickering flames around him. In a moment of clarity, Lucius understood that the angels were not just figures of myth or faith. They were the embodiment of human aspiration, hope intertwined with fear, love mingled with loss. They represented the struggle of souls seeking connection in an ever-shifting world. As he stood at that crossroads, he knew that the story of angels was far from over. It would unfold, intertwining with humanity's fate as the Roman Empire grappled with its identity. As the stars blinked above, Lucius felt a stirring in the air, a hint of something profound just beyond his reach. The night whispered promises of transformation, foretelling the evolution of angels in a world where faith was becoming a beacon in the shadow of uncertainty. And in that moment, the veil between the old and new began to thin, leading Lucius and those around him into an uncharted territory where the role of angels would continue to reshape their understanding of the divine, forever altering the course of their lives. The night was alive with possibility, and the angels, both Roman and Christian, stood poised to guide humanity into the unknown. In a shadowy corner of a bustling Roman marketplace, the air hung heavy with the scent of spices and the murmur of countless voices. A weathered statue of Jupiter loomed overhead, eyes cast toward the heavens, a silent guardian of a belief system that had endured centuries. Beneath his watchful gaze, merchants hawked their wares, oblivious to the whispers of fate that danced through the crowd. In this world, judgment was not a distant echo but a living, breathing force, an omnipresent specter that shaped the lives of every citizen. The Romans believed deeply in the afterlife, yet their views on judgment were far from simple. For them, the spirit journeyed to the underworld, a dark, shadowy realm ruled by Hades and his fearsome boatman, Charon, who ferried souls across the Stygian waters. The deceased faced judgment before the three judges, Minos, Rhadamanthys, and Aeacus, who weighed their earthly deeds like precious gold against the scales of fate. Imagine the anxiety that rippled through the heart of a Roman as they pondered their final resting place, whether they would taste the bliss of Elysium or suffer the eternal torment of Tartarus. A shudder raced through the crowd as tales of judgment spread like wildfire. Stories of the just entering fields of paradise, where they would feast under a sun that never set, contrasted starkly with the horror of those condemned to eternal punishment. The Romans painted these images vividly, their art and literature echoing the chilling truth of mortality, weaving a tapestry of fear and hope that enveloped the populace. But then, in the shadows of judgment, another belief system began to rise, piercing through the old ways like a beam of light breaking through a stormy sky. Christianity emerged, offering an alternative that was both disturbing and comforting. The narrative shifted dramatically. No longer were souls weighed by judges but presented before a single, all-knowing God who would declare their fate based on faith and grace. The idea of a final judgment day loomed large, a cosmic event that would shake the foundations of the world, where the faithful would be welcomed into eternal life, while the unrepentant faced a different reality, one of fire and darkness. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows in the marketplace, an air of tension settled over the crowd. The struggles between these two belief systems began to unfold, creating a palpable tension. The appeal of Christianity's promise of redemption resonated deeply with the downtrodden, those who had slipped through the cracks of Roman society. Their desperation ignited a fierce hunger for hope, a yearning for a second chance that Roman traditions had not offered. With every whispered sermon, the message echoed through the streets, urging the faithful to turn away from sin. The image of Christ, humble and compassionate, stood in stark contrast to the grandeur of the Roman pantheon. Where the Roman gods demanded sacrifice and reverence, the Christian God offered love and forgiveness. The tension crackled like electricity, igniting the hearts and minds of the people. The clash was not merely ideological but visceral. Early Christians faced persecution, their beliefs branded as subversive. Yet, their resilience painted a picture of strength in vulnerability, appealing to the very essence of humanity's desire for acceptance and understanding. This new faith wrapped around them like a warm blanket, promising a future filled with hope and love. Yet the specter of judgment loomed ever larger, casting a shadow on their newfound light. In sacred gatherings, believers whispered about the second coming, a moment when the heavens would open and the dead would rise. The imagery was breathtaking. The sky filled with angels, the faithful standing tall, adorned in robes of white, while the wicked would be cast into the abyss. This imagery ignited a feverish passion, propelling the message of salvation into the streets, alighting a spark in those who longed for change. Meanwhile, the traditionalists clung to their old beliefs with a grip that tightened like a vice. They painted Christians as heretics, doomsayers who threatened the very fabric of Roman society. The clash of ideologies sent ripples of fear through the elite, They envisioned a world where judgment fell not on the path of righteousness but in chaos. Would the scales swing too far? Would the empire crumble under the weight of this new faith? The tension reached a boiling point, and the air thrummed with anticipation. On one side, the Romans believed in the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Their myths were elaborate, filled with gods who took human form, experiencing the trials and tribulations of existence. They saw the divine in the very fabric of their world, a world that thrived on order, balance, and earthly pleasures. Each festival, each sacrifice, was a testament to their faith in the gods who governed their fates. On the other side, emerging from the catacombs and hidden corners of the empire, Christians held tightly to a singular narrative of salvation, a powerful myth that refused to bow to the complexities of the old ways. Each soul was precious, each life a story woven into the grand tapestry of creation, where judgment was not just a consequence but a profound transformation, a chance to transcend earthly limitations. As whispers of the afterlife spread, the contrast of beliefs embraced the people like a shroud. The Romans celebrated their gods with elaborate rituals, adorned in togas, filled with conviction as they made sacrifices. The Christians, in contrast, gathered in darkened rooms, their hearts filled with a fervor for salvation, praying for redemption and the courage to stand firm in the face of hostility. Threads of hope and despair intertwined, creating a narrative that was as rich as it was haunting. Each belief system clung to its myths of judgment, and as the sun set over the ancient city, the shadows grew longer, deepening the divide. The air vibrated with unspoken questions, fears of the unknown, and dreams of what lay beyond the grave. As the last echoes of laughter faded into the night, a silence fell over the marketplace. The weight of eternity hung heavy over the hearts of the people, the clash of beliefs raging in their souls. And in that moment, as the winds whispered through the streets of Rome, the question remained: which path would lead them to the light, and which would lead them to darkness? On a stormy night in ancient Rome, lightning cracked the sky as if the gods themselves were locked in a battle. The flickering shadows danced across the cobbled streets, casting a play of light and dark on the figures that scurried home, hearts racing with a primal fear. Just beyond the city walls, the whispers of the spirits echoed, murmuring tales of the eternal struggle between good and evil, an age-old conflict that had shaped the very foundation of civilization. In the temples, where marble statues of Jupiter and Mars towered over worshippers, the air was thick with incense and an unshakable sense of dread. The Romans believed in a world governed by duality. Every deity represented a force, each one standing starkly against its counterpart. For every Jupiter, the king of the gods who brought order and light, there was a Pluto, shrouded in darkness, presiding over the underworld. The citizens were caught in the midst of this cosmic tug-of-war, constantly battling their inner demons while striving to appease the divine. The flicker of a torch illuminated the crumbling walls of a once great temple, where a lone priestess knelt on the cold stones, her prayers rising like smoke to the heavens. She felt the weight of the world upon her shoulders as she called upon the gods for guidance in a time when evil seemed to creep like a shadow over the hearts of men. The stories she whispered held the power to sway the fate of Rome itself. She recalled the tale of Romulus and Remus, twin brothers born of a she-wolf, each representing the duality of creation and destruction, love and hatred. The tension between them had birthed a city, a legacy steeped in both glory and tragedy. In this crucible of life, the Romans recognized that good and evil were not merely opposite forces but intertwined threads woven into the very fabric of existence. Even their great leaders were not immune to this struggle. Julius Caesar, a figure once revered, found himself tangled in the treachery of his allies, the knife that pierced his heart a brutal reminder of the darkness that lurked even in the most brilliant of minds. As the night wore on, the winds howled a haunting melody, echoing the cries of the lost souls who wandered the earth, forever trapped in the limbo between light and shadow. The priestess, feeling the chill of their despair, understood that this concept of dualism was not confined to the tales of ancient lore. It rippled through time, reaching into the very heart of humanity's future with the arrival of a new faith. In a distant land, a humble carpenter was preaching love and forgiveness, a stark contrast to the ruthless gods of Olympus. Jesus spoke of light overcoming darkness, of a kingdom where peace reigned and hope blossomed like wildflowers in a desolate field. His message ignited flames of compassion that spread like wildfire, challenging the entrenched beliefs of empires. With every parable and miracle, he revealed the dual nature of existence. Love versus hate, salvation versus damnation. Followers gathered, captivated by the promise of a new dawn. Yet the whispers of dissent grew louder, a reminder that even in the embrace of light, shadows were never far behind. The priestess, lost in her thoughts, felt a surge of energy ripple through the temple. She could almost hear the echoes of Jesus' words mixing with the chants of her own people. Two worlds colliding, two philosophies battling for the soul of humanity. In this turbulent era, salvation and damnation danced hand in hand. The Romans, with their rich tapestry of myths, began to see the flickers of a new understanding, one that transcended the boundaries of their own beliefs. As dawn broke over the horizon, the priestess emerged from the temple, the first rays of sunlight piercing through the darkness. She stood at the edge of the city, gazing down at the bustling streets, where life continued unabated. The dual nature of man was laid bare before her, a mix of ambition and compassion, cruelty and kindness. It was clear that the struggle between good and evil was not just a tale of gods and monsters, but a mirror reflecting humanity itself. The Romans began to grapple with this new perspective, a seed of thought taking root in their hearts. They saw that the divine could dwell not only in the lofty heavens but also in the depths of their very souls. With every act of kindness they witnessed, with every cruel betrayal that unfolded, the truth was becoming ever clearer. The battle between light and dark was not merely an external conflict but an internal war raging within. In the crowded agora, a debate ignited among the scholars and citizens. Some clung fiercely to the old ways, unwilling to let go of their gods who offered tangible power and retribution. Others spoke passionately of the new teachings, feeling an overwhelming call to embrace compassion over fear. The tension thickened, each voice rising in fervor, underscoring the emotional stakes of their era. In this moment, the ancient myths of Rome intertwined with the emerging Christian narrative, forming a rich tapestry of belief that echoed through the ages. The gods of Olympus and the God of Abraham clashed and coexisted, each illuminating the shadows of the other. This dualism became a lens through which the complexities of human nature were understood, how one could be both saint and sinner, hero and villain. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows over the cobblestones, the citizens continued to debate fiercely. The priestess watched, her heart swelling with hope and dread. The lines were drawn, yet the battle was far from over. For it was not in the heavens or in the temples but in the hearts of every man and woman that the true war between good and evil would unfold, shaping the destiny of their world in ways they could scarcely imagine. And as the last light faded, the night settled in once more, heavy with the weight of choices yet to be made, the echoes of the past intertwining with the promise of a future still unwritten. The struggle between light and dark, love and hatred, would continue, an eternal dance that both frightened and exhilarated, echoing through the ages like a heartbeat, each thump a reminder of the duality that defines existence itself. In the flickering candlelight of a medieval chapel, the air was thick with incense, and the weight of uncounted prayers hung like a shroud. A lone figure knelt in the shadow of a grand altar, whispering words that had echoed through centuries. Around him, the walls were adorned with vibrant depictions of saints, angels, and divine tales. Yet, hidden within the artistry were whispers of an older world, a world where gods and heroes roamed the earth, leaving behind a rich tapestry of stories that would shape the beliefs of generations to come. In that sacred space, the man felt the pulse of history, a heartbeat that connected him to the ancient Romans who once worshipped Jupiter and Mars. The stories of these mighty gods transcended time, weaving their way into the fabric of Christian belief. Each flicker of the candlelight seemed to pull him into a realm of myth, where the power of divine narratives could bend the very fabric of reality. He recalled the myths shared by his forefathers, stories of grandeur and tragedy that formed the bedrock of a culture that thrived long before he took his first breath. The church had taken those tales, twisted and reshaped them, molding them into a form that echoed the new faith. The epic of Aeneas, the Trojan hero, journeying through trials to found a new homeland, resonated with the Christian idea of the pilgrim soul searching for salvation. The beautiful goddess Venus, with her divine love, transitioned into the Virgin Mary, a mother whose love encompassed all humanity. The transformation was subtle, yet profound, like a gentle rain reshaping the landscape. As the man knelt, he felt the presence of these ancient figures, their whispers mingling with the prayers of the faithful. He imagined Aeneas looking down from the heavens, recognizing that his own struggles and search for purpose mirrored those of this new faith. Perhaps it was not mere coincidence that the tales of old had lingered, their emotional power seeping into the very essence of what it meant to be Christian. The stories were alive, dancing between the sacred and the profane, making the ancient relevant once again. Outside, the sound of a choir filled the night. Their voices soared, echoing through the stone corridors. The harmonies were reminiscent of ancient hymns sung in honor of the gods. The melodies carried forth the weight of history, stirring the souls of the people who gathered. This was not just a new religion. It was an evolution, a synthesis of beliefs that brought together the old and the new in a poignant embrace. And in that moment, the man understood the power of myth, a force so strong that it could shape lives and create a community united by shared stories. In dimly lit taverns and bustling marketplaces, tales of Roman gods were whispered, mingling with the stories of saints and martyrs. The sharp contrast between the debauchery of Bacchus and the purity of St. John the Baptist created a tension that captivated audiences. The excitement of these narratives filled the air, as people huddled together, lost in the thrill of ancient battles and divine interventions. They became a part of something larger, a continuity that linked them to their past, even as they embraced the tenets of Christianity. The legacy of those Roman myths had a way of touching the human heart, stirring emotions that transcended the centuries. The longing for heroism, the fear of the unknown, the quest for love. All these themes were just as relevant in the age of knights and chivalry as they were in the days of Rome. The medieval Christians didn't abandon their heritage. They wove it into their faith, creating a rich tapestry that told the story of humanity's eternal struggle for meaning. In the grand cathedrals, stained glass windows depicted not only biblical scenes but also motifs reminiscent of Roman mythology. The imagery of the phoenix, rising from its ashes, mirrored the resurrection of Christ, a powerful symbol of hope and rebirth. The connection was undeniable, a reminder that life was a cycle of suffering and renewal. The man's heart raced as he realized how these stories captured the essence of what it meant to be alive. The tension between the old ways and the new beliefs simmered beneath the surface, igniting debates in cloisters and courts alike. Scholars and theologians wrestled with these mythic remnants, arguing whether they were tools of the devil or expressions of divine truth. The man felt the weight of their struggles, sensing the fear and passion behind every argument. This conflict wasn't just intellectual. It was deeply personal, a matter of life and death for many. It was in these moments of tension that the true legacy of Roman myths shone brightest. They echoed in the hearts of lovers and warriors, shaping their identities and their destinies. Heroes like Hercules, with his strength and valor, became symbols of Christian virtue, while the tragic figures of history, like Dido, reminded believers of the consequences of betrayal and love's heartache. The stories offered solace and understanding when the world felt chaotic and harsh. In the flickering light of the chapel, the man's soul felt entwined with the spirits of the ancients. He closed his eyes, visualizing the revelry of Roman festivals, the laughter, and the joy that celebrated life's fleeting nature. Those emotions felt familiar, the ecstasy of belief paired with the sorrow of loss, the joys and struggles that define the human experience. He yearned for the stories to live on, to breathe life into the wooden beams of the church and the hearts of its congregation. As the choir's melody reached its crescendo, he opened his eyes, realizing the harmony that existed between the past and the present. The myths were not merely relics. They were vibrant, pulsating narratives that had transformed, adapted, and survived through the ages. The ancient gods may have faded, but their stories were woven into the fabric of faith, giving rise to new legends that would inspire generations yet to come. And in that moment, as the final notes of the hymn faded into silence, he grasped the most profound truth, that the legacy of Roman myths would endure in the hearts of those who believed, forever shaping the pathways of faith, love, and the eternal search for meaning. In the flickering candlelight of a dimly lit study, a solitary figure hunched over a weathered parchment, quill in hand, heart racing with the thrill of creation. The air was thick with the fragrance of ink and old books, a scent that whispered of forgotten worlds and the power of words. It was the Renaissance, a time when the past collided with the present, and the myths of ancient Rome were reborn, transformed into shimmering reflections of human experience. The stories of gods and heroes danced in vivid colors, breathing life into the pages, as if the very spirits of the ancients were watching, waiting, yearning to be heard once more. Within this vibrant tapestry, the figures of Roman mythology emerged anew, their tales infused with the passions and struggles of Renaissance man. No longer mere relics of a distant past, they became symbols of ambition, desire, and the quest for understanding. Jupiter, once a distant god cloaked in clouds and thunder, now appeared as a complex ruler, embodying the struggles of leadership and the weight of power. In the hands of poets and playwrights, he morphed from an arbitrary deity into a reflection of the human soul, imperfect, vulnerable, yet striving for greatness. As the ink flowed, so did the reinterpretations. Writers like Petrarch and Boccaccio picked up the threads of old myths, weaving them into new narratives that resonated with the hearts of their contemporaries. The story of Venus, the goddess of love, took on enchanting layers. She became not just a figure of beauty, but a symbol of desire and longing, an echo of the very emotions that coursed through the veins of those in love, a languor that stirred hearts and ignited passions. The echoes of her laughter in the gardens of Rome mingled with the sighs of lovers in the streets of Florence, each breath a reminder of what it meant to yearn. The heartbeat of the Renaissance pulsed through these retellings. A tale of Aeneas, the Trojan hero, became a metaphor for the journey of the self, a quest filled with trials and tribulations, echoing the uncertainties of an age caught between the old and the new. As Aeneas sailed through storms and faced monsters, he embodied the struggle of a society seeking its own identity, caught in the throes of rebirth. The audience felt every wave crash against the ship, the tension palpable as they lived through his adventures, reflecting their own hopes and fears. Within the walls of grand theaters, the spirit of Roman myths came alive in passionate performances, where actors poured their souls into every word, every gesture. The public felt the heat of betrayal in the story of Dido, the queen whose heart shattered under the weight of love lost. Her story wove through the audience like a silken thread, pulling at their hearts, urging them to remember their own heartbreaks, their own moments of despair. Each gasp, each tear shed in the darkened theater was a testament to the power of these ancient tales, now reborn with new urgency. The Renaissance was not merely a revival. It was a renaissance of emotions. As mythological figures transformed into relatable characters, the writers of the era drew upon the collective human experience. The tales of transformation became mirrors, reflecting the joys, sorrows, and complexities of life. Ovid, whose words echoed through the ages, captured the essence of this metamorphosis. His stories of love and loss resounded with a passion that felt fresh and raw, a reminder that the threads of human experience are timeless, woven through the fabric of history. In the quiet corners of Italy, discussions flared over the meanings behind these myths. Philosophers and poets gathered, their words mingling like heady wine. They dissected the complexities of fate and free will, pondering how these ancient stories could illuminate the path of their own uncertainties. Each debate ignited a fire in their hearts, the passion for understanding breathing life into every word. The gods were no longer distant figures. They were a living part of the human experience, their struggles echoing in the very chambers of their minds. Yet, amid the fervor, a shadow lingered, The reinterpretation of these myths also raised questions that some were afraid to ask. As the Renaissance thinkers pondered the nature of power and morality, they found themselves grappling with the darker aspects of these gods. Zeus's infidelities and Neptune's tempers mirrored the flaws of their own leaders, prompting a reckoning with the very institutions they revered. The tales turned into cautionary tales, their brilliance tinged with the shadows of doubt, a reflection of their own society's complexities. In the heart of this whirlwind of thought and emotion, the poets continued their dance with the gods. Their words spilled forth like a river, carrying with them the hopes and dreams of a generation yearning for understanding. The stories wove through the streets, finding their way into the hearts of the people, each retelling adding another layer to the rich tapestry of culture. As the Renaissance unfolded, the myths became a shared language, a way for people to connect with one another across the divide of time and space. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that flickered with the promise of night. In the flickering candlelight, as the last lines were penned, the echoes of the past whispered through the ages. The Roman myths, once confined to the annals of history, burst forth into the vibrant life that pulsed through the hearts of Renaissance thinkers. The stories, alive with emotion and meaning, breathed and danced, forever intertwined with the very essence of what it means to be human. As the quill lifted from the parchment, the stories continued to ripple through time, a reminder that the past is never truly gone. It lives on, waiting to be revisited, reimagined, and reborn. The candle's flame flickered one last time, casting a warm glow over the words that would inspire generations to come, igniting a fire that would burn bright through the ages. In the flickering light of an oil lamp, a solitary figure hunched over a scroll, the weight of a vast empire pressing down on his shoulders. Aurelius, a young thinker with fervent eyes, felt the pulse of Rome around him. The bustling marketplaces, the grand temples dedicated to gods long forgotten, and the echoes of debate in the forum. Each day, as he walked through the streets, he was enveloped in a world rich with philosophy and rhetoric, a world that would ignite the flames of his faith and shape the very foundations of the church. The early church fathers stood on the precipice of a monumental clash, their hearts torn between the ancient traditions of Rome and the radical teachings of Christ. In their struggle, they weaved the fabric of a new faith, threading in the colors of Roman culture, which was vibrant, intoxicating, and often contradictory. Each word they penned bore the mark of an empire that had conquered lands yet found no peace. The shadows of the Colosseum loomed large, where blood and glory danced in grotesque harmony, and yet, within that chaos, seeds of hope were sown. Clement of Alexandria, a towering figure in this new age, walked through the bustling streets, absorbing the philosophies that surrounded him. He mingled with the Stoics and the Epicureans, his mind racing with ideas. Would the wisdom of Aristotle's logic or Plato's ideal forms serve the new faith? He felt the heat of 1,000 thoughts colliding, each one a potential spark for understanding the divine. Clement, with his heart ablaze, wielded the tools of the Roman intellect to illuminate the mysteries of the Christian God. His words flowed through the scrolls, merging faith with reason, as he sought to bridge the chasm between the secular and the sacred. Meanwhile, Tertullian, a fiery orator from Carthage, confronted the Roman legal system with the zeal of a gladiator. His pen became a sword, defending the fledgling church against the accusations of the empire. "What has Athens to do with Jerusalem?" he thundered, a challenge echoing through the ages. But even as he proclaimed his faith, he could not escape the grasp of Roman influence. The cadence of his arguments, the structured syntax, and the eloquence of his rhetoric were all laced with the breath of his Roman education. The empire had shaped him, and in turn, he shaped the faith, crafting theology that resonated in the hearts of believers. As the sun set over Rome, golden hues painting the sky, the early fathers gathered in secret, their whispered discussions echoing in the shadows of the city. They mulled over the mysteries of the Trinity, holding debates that would leave their spirits ignited. Yet, even as they spoke of divine truths, their thoughts danced with the philosophical ideas of the time. The influence of Roman culture seeped into their gatherings, transforming their understanding of the divine. They borrowed from the legal codes, the political structures, and the artistic expressions that held sway over society. Each moment was a blending of worlds, the sacred and the secular entwined in a delicate embrace. Ambrose, the Bishop of Milan, stood as a pillar of strength amidst the turmoil. He boldly confronted emperors, wielding the power of his words like a warrior brandishing a sword. With a heart filled with passion, he sought to marry the grandeur of Roman liturgy with the humble beginnings of Christian worship. The majestic cathedrals rose around him, their arches soaring to the heavens. Yet Ambrose insisted that the truest power lay not in the structures but in the sincerity of faith. The chants of the faithful echoed like ancient hymns, a blend of Roman rhythm and Christian devotion, each note a testament to the new world being forged. As the fathers wove their teachings, the Roman Empire began to shift. The Edict of Milan granted tolerance, and for the first time the Church could breathe, yet the shadows of paganism still lingered. The early fathers found themselves in a constant battle, not just for their lives but for the very souls of their congregations. Augustine, once a wayward youth lost in the pleasures of the city, had a transformative epiphany under the sprawling fig tree. His writings became a battleground of ideas, caught between the allure of Roman vice and the call of divine grace. With ink flowing like blood, he articulated the struggle within, revealing how deeply Roman culture had influenced his understanding of sin and redemption. In the quiet corners of their minds, doubts flickered like the flame of a dying candle. Were they losing the purity of their faith by mingling it with the traditions of an empire known for its decadence? The question haunted them, yet, as they grappled with the complexities of their existence, they recognized the beauty in their struggle. The early church fathers were not just defenders of the faith. They were also architects of a new understanding. The stories of the martyrs, the sacrifices made in the face of persecution, and the echoes of hymns sung in the night became the foundation upon which they would build. As the warmth of evening descended, they gathered to share their visions of a new world, one where the teachings of Christ would rise above the ruins of Roman temples, where love would triumph over hatred, and where hope would reign supreme. Their voices intertwined, creating a symphony of faith that resonated through the ages, each note a reminder of their struggles and triumphs. With the dawn approaching, casting light on the shadows of the past, the early church fathers felt a stirring in their souls. They understood that the waters of Roman culture would continue to flow into their teachings, shaping their legacy for generations to come. What lay ahead was uncertain, but the fire in their hearts burned brighter than ever. The Roman Empire was on the brink of transformation, and so too was the Church, an unstoppable force, ready to embrace the challenges of the future. And as they looked towards the horizon, their hearts raced with anticipation. The world was changing, and in that change, they would find their place, a place where faith would reign, and the echoes of their voices would be felt for centuries to come. The scrolls would continue to unfurl, the discussions would deepen, and the impact of their thoughts would resonate through time, intertwining with the very fabric of human history. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows over the bustling streets of Rome. Vendors called out, their voices blending with the laughter of children and the clamor of hooves on cobblestone. Yet amidst the vibrancy of life, a palpable tension crackled in the air, a tension born from the profound clash and intertwining of two powerful belief systems. On one side stood the ancient pantheon, a tapestry of Roman gods and goddesses, their marble statues watching over the city as eternal guardians. On the other, a nascent faith that whispered of love and salvation, gathering momentum among the weary and the hopeful. The streets echoed with more than just the sound of commerce. They echoed with longing, fear, and a desperate search for meaning. In the twilight of the Roman Empire, syncretism became a living, breathing phenomenon. It took root in the hearts of the people, mingling traditions and ideologies in unexpected ways. The great temples of Jupiter and Mars stood tall, their stones steeped in centuries of ritual, yet the fervent prayers of Christians began to fill the air, reverberating off those ancient walls. The old and the new danced in a delicate waltz, each step an attempt to make sense of a world that seemed to teeter on the brink of chaos. In the dimly lit corners of homes, families gathered around flickering oil lamps, their faces illuminated with curiosity and fear. The tales of martyrs and miracles whispered through their lips, stories that sparked hope even as persecution loomed. The Christians, once a marginalized sect, began to claim the hearts of ordinary Romans. And in their midst, echoes of Roman deities lingered, their rich histories and rituals weaving together with new beliefs. A sense of community blossomed among those who sought comfort in the teachings of compassion and grace, mingling with the old customs of libations and feasts that honored the gods of old. The Forum, once the epicenter of political life, transformed into a battleground of ideas. Philosophers debated passionately, their voices rising like smoke from the braziers that flickered in the evening air. The ideas of Stoicism, with its emphasis on virtue and reason, began to meld with the Christian ideals of love and charity. It was a curious blend. A Roman citizen could find solace in the familiar rhetoric of wisdom while being drawn in by the intoxicating promise of eternal life. The lines blurred, and in that blurring, a new understanding emerged that resonated deeply with the hearts of many. In the shadows of the great cathedrals, one could feel the weight of history pressing down. The architecture, bold and grand, spoke of a newfound power, yet it was infused with echoes of the past. Columns reminiscent of Roman temples reached toward the heavens, and frescoes depicted scenes of the saints that seemed to channel the divine grace once reserved for the gods of old. A paradox unfolded. The imagery of the crucifixion mingled seamlessly with the celebratory spirit of festivals once dedicated to Bacchus. The Christians adapted, finding ways to articulate their faith that felt rooted in the familiar yet transcended the old ways. As the empire crumbled under its own weight, the heart of Rome beat ever stronger with this syncretic spirit. The old gods were not cast aside but rather transformed. They re-emerged in new shapes, their essence captured in stories that could be told around family fires. The compassionate figure of Christ took on attributes of the benevolent gods of Rome, protector, healer, and guide. The duality of faith became a lifeline for a society grappling with uncertainty, a way to hold on to the past while daring to step into an unknown future. Yet not everyone welcomed this confluence. The tension thickened like storm clouds gathering overhead. The old guard, the staunch defenders of traditional Roman beliefs, felt threatened. The Christians, with their fervent gatherings and defiant proclamations, were seen as a challenge to the very fabric of Roman identity. Persecutions rose and fell like waves crashing against the shore, as emperors sought to maintain order in a time of great upheaval. In the midst of this turmoil, faith became a source of rebellion, igniting passionate convictions and unyielding resolve. Martyrs emerged, their stories spreading like wildfire, tales of individuals who stood brave in the face of persecution. These figures became symbols of hope, their sacrifices resonating deeply with the masses. The blood of the martyrs soaked into the ground, weaving a rich tapestry that would bind the hearts of believers together. The Christian community thrived in secret, their faith forged in the crucible of survival, and within that crucible, a powerful new identity arose. A Roman identity that embraced the teachings of Christ while honoring the echoes of their past. As the sun set over the horizon, the stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, witnessing the slow transformation of a world on the brink of rebirth. The syncretism of Roman and Christian beliefs was not merely a merging of two religions. It was an emotional revolution that spoke to the human experience. It reminded everyone that in the face of uncertainty, people would always seek connection. Whether through the gods who had watched over them for generations or through the new promise of salvation that beckoned from a distant shore. In that moment, the streets of Rome held the weight of history and the promise of a new dawn, where the echoes of the past intertwined with the hopes of the future. And as the night deepened, the stories continued to swirl, each tale a thread in the rich fabric of a society that would never quite let go of its roots, even as it reached toward the heavens. A soldier stands amidst a roaring crowd, his heart pounding like a drum beneath his armor. His eyes scan the faces, some filled with exhilaration, others with dread. The scent of sweat and blood mixes with the dust, rising up like the spirits of the fallen. Today is not just another day in the arena. It's a day of reckoning, where the line between life and death is drawn in blood. In the empire that stretched across continents, martyrdom was not merely a concept. It was a visceral reality. The Romans reveled in the spectacle of death, their amphitheaters serving as both stage and altar. They revered the gods of Olympus, but the true worship occurred in those moments of agony and sacrifice when a life was laid bare for the entertainment of the masses. Each life taken was a story woven into the fabric of their mythology, tales of bravery, defiance, and the ultimate price of loyalty to one's beliefs. Among the throngs, whispers of early Christians began to ripple through the crowd. These followers of a man condemned as a blasphemer dared to challenge the very foundation of Roman society. They spoke of a kingdom beyond the earthly realm, where the meek would inherit the earth and the true God would reign supreme. Their faith was a flame, flickering yet relentless, even in the face of the lion's maw. It was not long before stories of martyrs emerged. Figures like Saint Stephen, the first Christian martyr, stoned to death by an enraged crowd, his final words echoed through time, asking for forgiveness for his executioners. "Lord, do not hold this sin against them." With those words, he transformed his death into a beacon of hope, a powerful testament to faith that could not be extinguished even in the face of brutal violence. The Romans, who took pride in their gods and their power, felt a surge of fear as these Christians multiplied. They saw the Christians' unwavering resolve and grew uneasy. Their myths, tales of gods who could be appeased and vengeful spirits who demanded sacrifice, clashed with the new narrative of sacrifice for the sake of love and an unseen God. In the shadow of the Colosseum, a young woman named Perpetua found herself caught in the storm. Her eyes sparkled with a fierce determination that belied her delicate frame. She had a newborn at home, but the call of her faith rang louder than the cries of her child. She was arrested for her beliefs, imprisoned, and faced the reality of the arena. Her father, desperate and distraught, pleaded with her to renounce her faith, to save her life. "Father, do you see this vase?" she said, holding it up. "Can you call it anything other than what it is?" Her refusal to recant turned her into an emblem of unwavering faith. The day of her martyrdom arrived, and the stands overflowed with spectators craving the spectacle. As she walked into the arena, a hush fell over the crowd. Perpetua, adorned with the crown of a martyr, stood tall against the backdrop of the Roman sun. The beasts were released, but in that moment, she stood not just as a woman but as a symbol of something far greater. As the lion approached, fear mingled with awe. Would she succumb to terror or embrace the glorious end? Her story, like many others, became a narrative etched in the hearts of the faithful. It transcended the brutality of the arena, lifting her to the level of myth. The early Christians crafted a new mythology, one that celebrated those who faced death head-on, transforming them into heroes. They became the saints, the voices of hope amidst despair, forever memorialized in the annals of history. As each tale was told around flickering fires, the martyrdom of these brave souls ignited a movement. But the tension built as the Roman Empire crumbled under the weight of its own hubris. The gods that once inspired fear and reverence began to fade, their worship replaced by an insistence on a singular truth that demanded acknowledgement. The tension between the old gods and the new faith reached a fever pitch, and the martyrs stood at the center of this cosmic struggle. Stories of martyrdom spread like wildfire, reaching the farthest corners of the empire. The words of the martyrs became scripture, their narratives woven into the very identity of a burgeoning faith. Each account became a lifeline for those living in fear, drawing them away from the allure of the blood-soaked games and toward the quiet strength found in belief and community. The elders would gather, sharing tales of those who became symbols of resistance. There was Ignatius of Antioch, who joyfully marched toward his death, his heart set on unity with Christ. "I am the wheat of Christ," he proclaimed, "and I shall be ground by the teeth of wild beasts." The crowds that once savored blood now felt a different kind of hunger, a yearning for something deeper, something eternal. As the arena echoed with the roars of lions and the cheers of spectators, the question loomed large in the hearts of many. What is the price of true faith? The martyrs answered with their blood, each sacrifice amplifying the call for truth, love, and resilience. With every name spoken, with every story shared, a new era loomed on the horizon, one where the echoes of the past merged with the promise of redemption. In the whispers of the night, as the stars twinkled like the eyes of the departed, the faithful gathered to recount the stories of their heroes. Each retelling became a communion, a bond that connected them through suffering and hope. They imagined the arena not as a place of death, but as a gateway to eternal life, where the martyrs, now immortal, stood as witnesses to the power of faith. And so, the battle between the old and the new raged on, with each martyr's story fueling the belief that love could conquer even the fiercest of trials. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the crumbling empire, the whispers of the faithful mingled with the cries of the condemned, forever intertwining their fates in a tapestry of sacrifice and salvation. The air crackled with anticipation, a tension that could be felt in the bones. As the sun dipped below the horizon, shades of orange and purple painted the sky, but it was the flicker of flames, bright and consuming, that truly captured the eye. In legends across the ages, there existed a creature unlike any other. The phoenix, a bird of majestic fire, soared through the imaginations of people from ancient Egypt to the distant shores of Greece. For centuries, it symbolized the eternal dance of death and resurrection, the cycle of life that never truly ends. In ancient Egypt, the phoenix was known as the Bennu, a radiant bird associated with the sun and the flooding of the Nile. With feathers that shimmered like gold, it served as a reminder that from death comes renewal. Every 500 years, the Bennu would build its nest of aromatic wood, ignite it, and perish in a blaze of glory. Yet, from those very ashes, a new Bennu would rise, reborn and brilliant. This cycle embodied not only the seasonal flooding of the Nile but also the assurance of rebirth. People would gather at the banks of the Nile, whispering prayers of hope, believing firmly that like the phoenix, they too could emerge anew from their trials. As time unfurled, the phoenix traveled westward, finding its place in Greek mythology. The Greeks told of a similar tale, adding layers of depth and emotion. The phoenix lived for centuries, embodying wisdom, strength, and resilience. When its time came, it would set fire to its nest, a fiery pyre that crackled and roared. The scent of burning feathers filled the air, mingling with the tears of those who believed in its magic. Yet, in this moment of despair, another was born. A new phoenix, vibrant and alive, emerging from the smoldering remains. The Greeks saw in this cycle a powerful metaphor for life itself. Even in our darkest hours, hope rises from the ashes. In the bustling streets of Alexandria, merchants would share tales of the phoenix around flickering oil lamps, their voices rising with the warmth of the fire. They spoke of its journey through the ages, weaving stories that stirred the hearts of those weary from the struggles of life. The phoenix became a symbol for the oppressed, a beacon of hope amongst despair. People found solace in its tale, believing that just as the phoenix defied death, so too could they overcome their own hardships. This enchanting creature transcended mere myth. It became a symbol of the divine, representing the soul's journey through suffering and enlightenment. Early Christians adopted the phoenix as a metaphor for resurrection, seeing in it a reflection of their own beliefs. Just as Christ rose from the dead, so too did the phoenix rise from the flames. In catacombs adorned with early Christian art, the image of the phoenix emerged, a silent testament to the promise of life beyond death, a reminder of the resurrection that awaited believers. As the years rolled on, the symbolism of the phoenix grew richer and more complex. Many cultures around the world began to weave their own interpretations into the tale. In Chinese mythology, the fenghuang, often referred to as the phoenix, became a symbol of harmony, representing not just rebirth but balance between yin and yang. This was a creature that embodied both grace and fierceness, thriving amidst chaos and renewal. In Japan, the mythological bird Firebird, or Hai no Tori, echoed the themes of rebirth, often associated with the sun, a radiant reminder of hope and rejuvenation amidst life's struggles. The emotional weight of the phoenix was felt deeply in art and literature. Poets and painters sought to capture its essence. A brushstroke, a stanza, a fleeting moment of inspiration held the power to ignite a spark of hope in the hearts of the weary. Lovers separated by circumstances would proclaim their undying love through the imagery of the phoenix, promising that even in separation, they would rise anew in the flames of their love. In the shadowy corners of forgotten temples, ancient scrolls whispered secrets of the phoenix's journey. Historians, fascinated by the enduring legacy of this symbol, sifted through the ashes of civilizations long past. Each discovery unearthed new insights, further entwining the phoenix with the collective consciousness of humanity. The weight of these stories bore down, heavy with the emotions of loss and hope. The phoenix wasn't just a bird. It was a mirror reflecting the struggles of every human heart. In times of grief, when the world felt as if it had crumbled to ash, the legend of the phoenix whispered promises of renewal. Amidst a raging storm, a flicker of flame in the distance caught the eye, illuminating the darkness. It was in that moment that the stories of the phoenix surged forward, exploding with energy. Each legend, each tale told, began to intertwine, an unbroken chain of hope stretching across the ages. The hearts of those who listened beat in unison with the tales of the phoenix, a profound connection to the past, a bridge to the present, and a beacon of what was yet to come. The fire crackled, illuminating the faces of those gathered, eyes wide with wonder, hearts racing with anticipation. They felt it, the stirring of something profound, a recognition that the phoenix was not just a creature of myth. It was an embodiment of their own lives, their own struggles, and their own potential for rebirth. The flames grew higher, flickering like the pulse of life itself, urging them to remember that from death springs a new life, an endless cycle that binds them together in the tapestry of existence. And as the sun set, casting shadows that danced to the rhythm of the flames, the stories of the phoenix continued to resonate, echoing into the night, a promise that would linger, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. Under the vast, star-drenched sky of ancient Rome, a figure stood resolute. His breathing was steady, yet the weight of the world pressed down upon his shoulders. The crowds roared, their chants echoing against the stone walls of the Colosseum like a tempest. Men and women, children and elders, all gathered to witness the spectacle, their faces lit with a mix of excitement and dread. They had come to see a clash of titans, yet what unfolded would intertwine horror and hope, myth and reality, in ways none could anticipate. The legends of the mighty gods filled the air, Jupiter throwing down thunderbolts, Juno weaving cunning plots, and Mars reveling in the chaos of war. These were tales told by firesides, tales that inspired both fear and awe. Yet amidst such grandeur, a different kind of story began to unfold, one of flesh and faith, of sacrifice and courage that would echo through the ages. The martyrs, those brave souls who stood unyielding in their beliefs, would soon share the stage with these mythic figures, their own stories interwoven with themes of valor and transcendence. A hush fell over the crowd as a figure, adorned in ragged clothing, was brought forth. His name was Polycarp, an aged bishop whose heart burned brighter than the torches illuminating the arena. He was not a god but a mere man, yet the resolve in his eyes mirrored that of Roman heroes of lore. "I am a Christian," he declared, his voice ringing through the noise like a clarion call. The crowd, anticipating blood, faltered for a moment. Disbelief flickered across their faces. To stand against the might of the empire, against the very whispers of the gods they worshipped, this was a level of audacity that even the tales of Hercules could not encapsulate. As the executioner drew near, the energy shifted palpably. The air was thick with tension, the kind that made the heart race and the skin prickle. Polycarp was to be burned alive, a fate that had once been the stuff of terrifying myths, the punishment meted out to the enemies of the gods. Yet, as the flames licked at the wood, a strange calm enveloped him. In that moment, he embodied the spirit of the phoenix rising from its ashes, an idea rooted deeply in mythological tales. The fire that would consume him became a vessel, not of death, but of rebirth and resolve. His martyrdom would not merely be an end. It would transform into a story that would inspire countless others, transcending the barriers of time. In that arena, the gods of old seemed to watch, their eyes narrowed in curiosity. Would the martyr become a hero in the eyes of the people, or would he be a fleeting shadow, lost in the annals of history? The crowd, filled with both fear and wonder, witnessed a moment that would etch itself into their souls. Polycarp's screams turned to whispers, and then to silence, a profound stillness wrapping around the spectators like a heavy cloak. The fire crackled, drawing the last breath from the old bishop. Yet instead of despair, a wave of courage surged through the onlookers. From fear of the gods to reverence for a man, boundaries began to blur. The stories of Roman deities had always been about power and revenge, the whims of gods who played with mortals like toys. Yet here was a man who chose faith over fear, echoing the tales of Aeneas, who braved storms and battles for the sake of love and duty. Polycarp's unwavering conviction became a new myth for the age, the myth of a martyr who faced the gods of Rome with a heart full of faith, a body filled with pain, and a spirit that soared beyond the mortal plane. Then there was the story of Perpetua, a noblewoman whose fierce spirit could rival any warrior of Roman legend. She was captured for her belief in Christ, her father desperately trying to sway her with pleas and promises. But her resolve was unbreakable. In the dark confines of her prison, she had visions, echoes of the myths that spoke of bravery and destiny. A divine voice whispered to her in the night, and with each revelation, she grew bolder. The gods of Rome, who demanded sacrifices and obedience, paled in comparison to the God who called her to stand tall in the face of oppression. On the day of her execution, the arena buzzed with anticipation. The wild beasts, the gladiators, the expectations of the crowd all clamored for blood. Yet Perpetua walked with a grace that belied her fate. She was not merely a victim but a heroine in her own saga, her story intertwining with those of the ancients. As the ferocious animals approached, she raised her head high, defying the very fate that awaited her. The tales of the gladiators, fierce and unyielding, echoed in her mind, and she became one with them, a warrior of faith ready to face her destiny. As the beasts lunged, the crowd gasped, their excitement mingling with horror. But in that moment, as Perpetua fell, her sacrifice ignited a fire in the hearts of those watching. They were no longer mere spectators but part of a living myth, witnessing the birth of a new narrative, one where courage transformed into legacy, where a woman's love for her faith outshone the might of the empire. They began to see what true strength looked like, how hope could rise from the ashes of despair, and how faith could become a rallying cry against tyranny. In the intertwining of these stories, of Polycarp's defiance and Perpetua's courage, the echoes of Roman mythology began to reshape. The gods once revered for their power now stood in the shadow of those who chose to believe, who faced death not as a defeat but as a triumphant ascent into the eternal. The myths of old, filled with tragic heroes and vengeful deities, began to find new meaning in these tales of martyrdom. The audience, caught in the web of this new mythos, felt a stirring shift within themselves. Could it be that the true heroes were not those who wielded swords and commanded armies, but those who stood for their beliefs in the face of death? Their hearts raced with a mixture of fear and exhilaration, a revolutionary spark igniting the air. In a world where faith was met with fire, the line between legend and reality blurred irrevocably, and the stories of the martyrs began to echo louder than the tales of the gods. In the stands, whispers began to swirl, a longing for something more meaningful, an awakening to the power of belief. As the embers of Polycarp and Perpetua's stories danced into the night, the crowd felt a collective breath caught in their throats. The old tales of revenge and punishment faded, replaced by a burgeoning hope that now flickered like a flame ready to ignite a revolution. Under the vast expanse of a twilight sky, the ancient city of Rome lay like a shimmering jewel, its temples and statues casting long shadows in the fading light. The air was thick with incense, and the whispered prayers to gods long past hung in the atmosphere like a delicate mist. It was here, in this cradle of civilization, that two worlds collided, one of myth and the other of emerging faith. a tapestry woven with threads of divine and human emotion. In the bustling forums, merchants exchanged goods, but it was the exchange of ideas that truly thrived. The voices of philosophers and poets echoed in the stone-paved streets, intertwining cultural beliefs, shaping thoughts, and bending the perceptions of morality and existence. For centuries, Roman mythology had enfolded the citizens of this mighty empire, providing them with a pantheon of gods, Jupiter, Venus, Mars, each a reflection of their own hopes, fears, and desires. These deities, with their human-like flaws and passions, had captured the imaginations of the people, leaving an indelible mark on their hearts and minds. As the sun dipped below the horizon, illuminating the sky with hues of orange and purple, whispers of a new faith began to stir in the shadows. Christianity was emerging, vibrant and hopeful, promising salvation and eternal life. Yet, its roots were entangled in the very soil nourished by Roman mythology. Early Christian leaders were not mere dreamers. They were shrewd thinkers who understood the need to connect with the souls of those steeped in the stories of gods and goddesses. They knew that to reach the hearts of the Roman populace, they must speak a language resonant with the familiar. In the dim light of a gathering place, a group of believers listened intently to a passionate preacher, his voice rising and falling like a gentle wave. He spoke of love, sacrifice, and redemption, but with each word, the specter of Roman myths loomed large. For example, the tale of Venus and Mars, the goddess of love entwined with the god of war, painted a picture of passion and struggle that echoed the Christian narrative of Christ's sacrifice and divine love for humanity. The parallels were striking, and the audience found themselves entranced, their hearts beating in time with the rhythm of stories they thought they knew. The influence of Roman mythology didn't merely linger like a ghost in the background. It became a foundation upon which Christian theology could build. Take the figure of Jesus, whose very essence began to mirror that of earlier gods. The notion of dying and rising again was not foreign to the people who had worshipped Osiris in Egypt or who had celebrated the rebirth of Persephone in spring. To these ancient souls, the resurrection of Christ was a powerful echo, a continuation of stories they had long cherished but now imbued with new meaning and hope. In the marketplaces, where bustling crowds formed a vibrant backdrop, discussions of morality and virtue took shape. The Stoics had taught of virtue as a pathway to the divine, and soon Christian thinkers would adopt these ideals, weaving them seamlessly into their own teachings. The ancient Roman precepts of justice, integrity, and honor became fertile ground for the growth of Christian ethics, enriching both the faith and the culture around it. The transition from the worship of a multitude of gods to a singular divine entity was not a stark divide but rather a gradual blending, a gentle fusion that echoed the changes in the very fabric of society. As the flickers of torchlight danced against the stone walls of the catacombs, Christians gathered, their voices hushed, sharing stories of martyrs and miracles. In those sacred spaces, the tales of Roman heroes took on new shapes, morphing into accounts of saints and the power of faith. The charisma of figures like St. Peter reflected the qualities admired in Roman leaders, yet they were elevated by their connection to the divine. The allure of the heroic was still present, but now it was intertwined with a promise of something eternal, a hope that would not fade like the stories of the gods. Yet, amidst this burgeoning faith, the shadows of doubt crept in. Skeptics questioned how a humble carpenter from a small town could embody the qualities of the gods who had commanded armies and inspired empires. Philosophers debated the nature of divinity, drawing comparisons that sparked heated discussions. The gods of Olympus, with their capriciousness, contrasted sharply with the singular, benevolent God of the Christians. Yet, rather than pushing the two narratives apart, these discussions only served to enrich the tapestry of belief. Each inquiry and challenge carved deeper channels in the collective consciousness, allowing the new faith to flow through the veins of Roman culture. In the grand churches that would rise in centuries to come, the echoes of hymns would sound like the chants of ancient worshippers. The magnificent architecture would tell stories of triumph and reverence, merging the glory of Roman design with the sacredness of Christian devotion. Each arch and pillar would stand as a testament not only to faith but to a shared history that shaped both worlds. The gods once carved in marble would give way to the images of saints and angels, yet the spirit of their stories lived on, reshaped but persistent, like the spirit of the city itself. As the dawn broke over the Tiber, casting golden rays on the waters below, it became clear that the conversation between Roman mythology and Christian theology was far from over. It was a symphony of beliefs, a dance of ideas that would continue to evolve, intertwining in ways that would leave generations breathless with wonder. What lay ahead was a rich tapestry of thought, an intersection where belief, narrative, and culture would converge in ways yet unknown. The path forward was filled with uncertainty and promise, beckoning to those willing to listen, to engage, and to feel the pulse of a faith that grew from the very soil of its past. The flickering light of 1,000 candles dances across the ancient walls of a dimly lit church, casting shadows that flicker like whispers of the past. Here, in this sacred space, faith and myth intertwine in a way that echoes through the ages, drawing the weary and the hopeful into a rich tapestry woven from threads of belief and stories that have lingered long after the last Roman emperor fell. The air is thick with a sense of reverence, a palpable energy that pulses with every soft prayer. As the priest raises his hands in prayer, the echoes of Roman myths reverberate within these walls, carried on the breath of worshippers who come seeking solace. They might not realize how deeply entwined their faith is with the tales of Jupiter, Venus, and Mars, stories that once echoed through the bustling streets of ancient Rome. The very foundation of Christian doctrine bears the imprints of those legendary figures, each narrative blending seamlessly into the fabric of spirituality. Consider the figure of Christ himself. Born in a humble manger, he was heralded as a king, the fulfillment of prophecy much like the heroes of old. The Roman culture, with its pantheon of gods, revered figures who embodied the ideals of sacrifice and redemption. The parallels are striking. Just as Dionysus offered wine and revelry, Christ transformed water into wine, bringing forth joy and communion. These stories share a heartbeat, a rhythm that has crossed the chasm of time, creating an emotional bridge between the ancient and the modern. The tales of Roman gods offered more than entertainment. They provided a framework for understanding the world. Life, death, and rebirth were ingrained in the very essence of these narratives, a theme that resonates through the Gospels. The resurrection of Christ mirrors the myths of Persephone, who returns from the underworld each spring, embodying the eternal cycle of life and death. Such narratives tantalize the imagination, suggesting that perhaps the divine is not so far removed from human experience, but rather intricately woven into the moments of joy and sorrow. In the flicker of candlelight, the congregation feels the weight of these connections. Each story told is not just a relic of the past, but a living entity that breathes and grows within the hearts of believers. When they recite the Nicene Creed, affirming their faith, they unwittingly echo the oaths sworn to ancient gods, pledging loyalty not just to a deity but to a legacy that has transcended centuries. As the priest continues, the music of the organ swells, filling the space with haunting melodies reminiscent of the grand amphitheaters of Rome. Here, the spectators once gathered to witness the drama of life played out in mythic form, just as they now gather to celebrate the mysteries of faith. The deep, resonant notes stir emotions, drawing tears from the eyes of many, a reminder that the stories of old still resonate within the human soul. The symbolism runs deep. The fish, once a secret sign among early Christians, carries weighty echoes of the Roman sea god Neptune. Just as sailors prayed for safe passage, so too did believers seek the protection of their newfound faith. The cross, a symbol of suffering and redemption, mirrors the ancient Roman understanding of sacrifice, a poignant reminder that through pain, one can find grace. In the quiet moments between prayers, the congregation's thoughts drift to the rites of spring, where Romans celebrated the festival of Flora, honoring the goddess of flowers and fertility. This ancient celebration finds its parallel in the vibrant Easter traditions, where the earth awakens with color and life, a testament to renewal and hope. The blend of these customs illustrates how the echoes of mythology have shaped the rituals of Christianity, creating a beautiful and complex dance of faith. The stories of Roman myths do not shy away from the darker aspects of humanity: betrayal, passion, and vengeance. The tale of Cupid and Psyche, for instance, mirrors the love story of Mary and Joseph, where trials and tribulations serve to strengthen bonds. The longing for divine love finds its roots in the mythic tales of old, compelling individuals to believe that love, in its purest form, can transcend all barriers. As the service draws to a close, the priest's final words resonate like a final note in a symphony. Each worshiper leaves with a heart full of stories shared, of ancient heroes and gods who still whisper through the corridors of time. The church, with its ancient stones, stands as a testament to the enduring power of these myths, a bridge that connects the past with the present. Their footsteps echo softly on the worn stone floor, a reminder of the journey they all partake in, one that is filled with hope, love, and the quest for understanding. Outside, the sun sets on the horizon, casting a golden glow that bathes the world in warmth, urging them onward into the night. And in that twilight, the lines between myth and faith blur, leaving behind a lingering sense of wonder, an unquenchable thirst for more. As the stars begin to twinkle overhead, the stories continue to weave themselves into the fabric of life, beckoning the hearts of all who seek to believe. Each myth, each tale, fuels the spirit, intertwining with the sacred narratives of Christianity, making it impossible for the soul to resist the beauty of the stories that bind us all. The night stretches out before them, alive with possibilities, a reminder that the legacy of Roman myths does not merely exist in the past, but rather pulses through the veins of modern faith. And the echoes of their stories, like the warm embrace of a long-lost friend, are ever present, whispering of a deeper connection that transcends time and place, inviting all to listen, to reflect, and to believe.